Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Okay, great. Mr. Hutchinson.
Mr. Dominguez, when we left off,
Can I have you pull the mic closer to you? Thank you.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, when we left off, you were at the Davis Police Department. I'd like to back up and cover some additional matters we did not address yesterday. At Sycamore Park, how many separate trees do you have memory of throwing the knife at, either the detached blade or the knife you ultimately purchased?
Just one.
Where is that tree located?
It's like in between the play structures.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit C, Photo 10. Do you see the tree that you would throw the knife at or the detached blade at in this photo?
Yes.
Using your laser pointer, could you identify which tree it is?
This tree right here.
So it's the tree on the right of the photo, closest to the play structure?
Yeah.
In the fall of your junior year, after you moved into Hawthorne, do you have memory of helping Kaylee move into a new apartment?
Yes.
How did you help her?
We took her car to the storage unit where she had all her stuff, and we moved it into her car, and we took it to her apartment and just moved everything over.
Where was her new apartment?
The apartment complex was called the U.
Did you help her move out of the Ryder apartments, or was her belongings already in storage?
No, I helped her move out of the Ryder apartment as well.
So, was she still living in the Ryder apartment for at least a short time after you moved into Hawthorne?
I don't remember.
Do you have memory of moving things out of the Ryder apartment?
Yes.
And do you also have memory of moving things out of the storage unit?
Yes.
After you helped her move, did you recall any occasions when she visited you at the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
What do you recall?
I remember she came and we went out to get Panda Express, and we came back and watched the show in my room.
At this point, did you believe there was any chance that you and Kaylee would resume your romantic relationship?
No.
Did you still want to be friends with her?
Yes.
Do you recall giving Kaylee a Christmas gift either shortly before winter break or after winter break, your junior year?
Yes.
What do you recall getting her?
I remember it was a long sleeve Playboy shirt piece of lingerie.
Why did you buy Playboy? By Playboy, what do you mean?
The company Playboy, like it's like a bunny with ears.
Did this long sleeve shirt have the Playboy logo on it?
Yeah.
Why did you purchase Kaylee a shirt with the Playboy logo on it?
I remember at that time I was also shopping for myself and my brother, and I had gotten a Playboy hoodie and a t-shirt, and I looked into the women's section and I saw a shirt that I liked, and I decided to get it for Kaylee.
Did you get her, you said you got her some lingerie?
Yeah,
Where did you get that from?
from Playboy as well.
Why did you give Kaylee lingerie given that you were no longer a couple?
I don't know.
Do you recall, well, how did you package the gift?
I grabbed a shoebox and I drew on it, and I put the shirt and the lingerie inside the shoebox.
What did you draw on the shoebox?
I was trying to draw like a heart with diamonds inside of it, or like the diamonds with the shape of a heart.
So can you give a little more detail? Did you draw a big heart?
Yeah, it was like with little diamonds. I tried to make a heart out of it.
Do you recall Kaylee testifying that she believed it was either a devil face or some sort of demon face?
Yes.
Was that what you were trying to draw?
No.
Do you recall when you gave that gift to Kaylee?
I think it was right after I came back from winter break
Do you recall where that took place?
at the Hawthorne residence.
What do you remember happening?
I remember she came and pulled in the driveway. She showed me a collage she had worked on. And then we went inside into my room, and that's when I gave her the gift, and then she left afterwards.
You said she showed you a collage she worked on?
Yeah.
What specifically do you recall about this collage?
It was like a paper-sized square, or like a canvas, and it had different magazine like pictures on it, like if they were glued on it.
Now, Kaylee testified she did not come into the house that you gave her the gift in the driveway. Do you remember her coming into the house?
Yes.
What do you remember about giving her the gift?
Yeah, so I just remember giving her the gift, and then she said thank you and left.
Did she open it?
No.
Other than seeing her testify in court, was that the last time you saw Kaylee Gallardo in person?
Yes.
So you believe this was shortly after you returned from winter break,
Yes.
sometime in January?
Yeah.
Over the next few months, January, February, March, and April, do you recall if you ever texted Kaylee asking to hang out?
Yes.
How many times do you recall texting her?
I think just once.
I'm going to show you just one moment. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit T. Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows me texting her and her response.
So you text her on, what date did you text her?
Wednesday, April 19th.
And you indicated at the 19th at 7:40, you said, hey, WYD. What does WYD mean?
What are you doing?
And then what did you ask her?
if she was free tonight to
By hang, what did you mean?
hang out.
When did she respond?
The next day in the morning.
And what did she tell you?
She said, out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't think it's a good idea for us to hang.
At this point, when you asked to hang, did you believe there was any chance you would get back together with Kaylee?
No.
So, do you have memory of receiving this response?
Yes.
Okay. How did that affect you, if at all?
I wasn't like that affected by it because I knew like by that time she would either like get into a relationship with someone else, so I didn't really feel bad about it.
Now, I'd like to return to the Davis Police Department. You watched the video here in court.
Yes.
I want you, in answering these questions, unless I specify, I'm asking about your independent memory of the interview, not what you saw in the video. You
Okay.
understand?
Yeah.
You said you remember Detective Ramos meeting you at the back of the patrol car.
Yes.
What do you remember next?
Then I remember walking into the interview room.
And do you remember speaking with both Detective Ramos and Detective Muscardini in the interview room?
Yes.
What do you specifically remember talking about?
I just remember them telling me that I had stabbed 3 people and that I had killed 2 people and attempted to kill another.
How many times do you remember them telling you that?
Pretty often.
What else do you remember about that interview?
I remember that they asked for my Instagram account, and then I remember Detective Alex Torres walking in to do the nail clippings.
Now, you saw on the video that you gave them a phone number.
Yes.
Do you have an independent memory of giving them a phone number?
No.
At that time, what was your phone number?
It was 510-693-1899.
And now, based on what you saw in the video, did you give them your correct phone number?
Yes.
Do you have independent memory of them asking you for your email address?
No.
How many emails addresses did you have at that time?
I think I had 2.
What type of email addresses did you have?
I had a Gmail account, and then I had a UC Davis account.
Do you remember what your UC Davis email was?
Yes.
Going very slowly, could you please give us, letter by letter, your UC Davis email?
Yes. CRDOMING@ucdavis.edu.
If I could, I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit W. Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you recognize this exhibit as the Excel spreadsheet showing the appointments you made?
Yes.
Just a moment. Can you see the phone number here? I have to zoom in probably.
Yeah, I can't really see it.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. What phone number is that?
It's 510-693-1899.
Was that your accurate phone number at the time?
Yes.
And based on what you saw on the video, is that the phone number you gave the officers?
Yes.
And next to it, we see the name CRDOMING. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
I think that's the beginning of my email account for UC Davis.
So to make that your email, if you put at ucdavis.edu after that, would that be your email?
Yes.
Did you also have a Gmail account?
Yes.
Do you recall what your Gmail address was at that time?
Yes.
Going very slowly, could you give us your Gmail address?
CARLOS.REALES00@gmail.com.
And was that your correct Gmail address at that time?
Yes.
Do you have independent memory of what email address you gave the detectives?
No.
Did you, though, see the video when you tried to spell out your email address?
Yes.
Do you recall if you spelled out CRARLODOMI at ucdavis.edu?
No.
Based on your recollection of the video, was the email you gave them exactly your correct email based on the video?
No.
Did it appear to be close?
Yes.
You mentioned, do you have independent memory during the interview of them asking you for your roommates' names?
No.
Do you recall seeing on the video a time where they asked you for your roommates' names?
Yes.
Did you have a roommate named Phil?
Yes.
And what was Phil's last name?
Phil Hahn?
Do you recall watching the video that you also gave them the name Darren?
Yes.
Do you know a Darren?
No.
Did you know anyone whose name may have been close to Darren?
I don't think so.
Now, after you were booked at Guillory County Jail, do you recall being in the cell in the infirmary?
Yes.
What do you remember about that cell?
I just remember having a safety smog and a safety blanket.
Did you have anything with you in that cell?
Just my food.
Did they give you any utensils to eat with?
No.
Do you remember showering when you were in that cell?
No.
Do you remember if you were eating very much?
I don't think so.
Why were you not showering and not eating?
I don't know.
Do you have memories of going to Woodland Memorial Hospital, the emergency room?
Yes.
How many times do you remember going there?
Twice.
While you were in the cell in the infirmary, did you hear any additional whispers?
Yes.
What do you remember hearing?
I just remember hearing the whispers, like if the TV had been left on and it was in the background.
Do you have memory of still experiencing that in the cell?
Yeah.
Did you see any shadow figures while you were in the cell?
Not shadow figures, but I did see like a dot or like a circle, like filled with a shadow, in the ground, and it was going back and forth doing a repetitive motion.
Okay. Describe again what you saw on the ground.
It was like a circle, or like a dot that was black on the ground.
How many times do you recall seeing this circle dot on the ground?
I think I seen it for 2 days.
Did you ever tell any of the mental health staff that you were hearing whispers and you saw the dot on the ground?
No,
At that point, did you believe you had schizophrenia?
no,
Do you have any memory of meeting me at the jail?
yes,
Do you have any memory of the meeting at the jail when it was both you, myself, Shanna Blind, Sonia Rocha?
yes,
Were you taking any medication at that time?
no,
When you met with us, and I'm talking about before you start taking medication, did you trust us?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I didn't really know who you guys were, and yeah,
Did you know that I was an attorney?
yeah,
Do you recall a prior hearing that lasted about a week in late July where people testified?
I just remember like 2 people that testified.
Who do you remember testifying during that prior hearing?
I remember it was Kaylee and Mark.
Do you have any memory of anyone else testifying during that prior hearing?
No,
Do you remember Phil Hahn testifying?
no,
Do you remember Gladys Verdon testifying?
no,
At some point, did you begin taking medication before you went to Tascadero State Hospital?
yes,
After you started, and how long did you take medication in the jail, if you know, before you finally were transported to Tascadero State Hospital?
I think it was less than a month.
Before you were transported to a Tascadero State Hospital, did anything change about the conditions of the cell you were in?
No,
Did you recall being on suicide watch?
yes,
Before going to Tascadero State Hospital, did they take you off suicide watch?
yes,
Did certain things change when you were taken off suicide watch?
yes.
What changed?
They gave me regular clothes. They gave me a mattress and a blanket, and I was able to get utensils to eat my food.
Did you stay in the infirmary?
Yes,
When you say regular clothes, do you recall seeing the jail clothing you were wearing at the hearings after you came back from the Tascadero?
yes,
Is that what you're referring to in terms of regular clothes?
yeah,
At that point, when you're off suicide watch and regular clothes, at that point, did you believe you had schizophrenia?
no,
At what point did you first begin to accept that you had schizophrenia?
I think it was a couple months after I went to Atascadero.
Now, do you recall when you first got to Tascadero, did you want to come back to Guillory County Jail very quickly?
No, I don't recall.
Did you recall while you were at Atascadero being concerned about Ember?
Yes,
What concern did you have about Ember when you were at Tascadero State Hospital?
I just didn't know who was looking after him, So I was worried that he wasn't getting food or being taken care of.
Did you have any ideas about who could take care of Ember if you were to return from the hospital?
Yes,
What were your ideas?
that my parents could take care of him.
Do you recall have any thoughts about you being able to take care of Ember?
Yes.
What do you recall?
I thought I was going to be able to have him with me in the jail.
When you got to Atascadero, at that point, did you know that Ember had been hit by a car and was killed?
No.
At some point, did someone at Atascadero advise you that Ember had been killed?
Yes.
Who advised you of that?
I don't remember her name, but I just remember it was a woman.
Was she a doctor?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, during your testimony yesterday, you used the word paranoid to describe how you were feeling at times. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a term that you discussed with doctors when you were at Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
What do you mean when you use the word paranoid?
Yeah, like you get like a feeling that something bad is going to happen and you start to get overwhelmed.
And when you used the word paranoid yesterday, is that what you were trying to communicate?
Yes.
You've heard that doctors testify that people who experience hallucinations, delusions, once they're medicated, they develop some insight, they can put things together and recognize what really happened. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
At some point at Atascadero, did you have that experience?
Yes.
What did you come to recognize?
I started to realize that the people that I thought were shadow shapeshifters that I had stabbed were actual people.
And as you sit here today, what is your recognition of who those people were?
I realized it was David Breaux, Kareem, Abou, Najm, and Kimberlee, Guillory.
Now, Mr. Reales Dominguez, throughout this trial, have you observed instances where witnesses testified to things they didn't actually see?
Yes.
Did you recall observing testimony where witnesses such as Phil Hahn were guessing as to what they thought happened?
Yes.
In your testimony yesterday and today, have you been careful to only testify about what you actually remember?
Yes.
Even though you do not remember having a knife in your hand when you ran at the shadow figure at Central Park, based on everything you've seen, is it your belief that you had a knife in your hand?
Yes.
Even though you don't have a memory of having the knife in your hand when you lunged at the shadow figure at Sycamore Park, based on everything you've seen, is it your belief that you had a knife in your hand when you lunged at the shadow figure?
Yes.
And based on the evidence you've seen, is it your belief that you had a knife in your hand when you punched through the tent near 2nd and L at the shadow figure?
Yes.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, as you sit here today, do you have any positive symptoms of schizophrenia? Hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thoughts?
No.
Do you still have negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What negative symptoms do you still have?
Sometimes I lack emotion and I have a rigid posture or I sit still for a long period of time.
You said sometimes you do not show emotion. Even though you do not show emotion, do you still feel emotion?
Yes.
Have you felt emotion seeing the evidence in this trial?
Yes.
What emotion have you felt?
I've been feeling really upset and sad
Why have you felt upset and sad?
because of what I've been seeing and that I stabbed 3 people, and because of that, other people got hurt.
Do you recall Dr. Reed's testimony where she described something you told to her that she thought was indicative of a 10-year-old thinking? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Reese testifying, when I asked him about what he would like to do in the future, he looked somewhat hopeful and told me he would still like to go back to UC Davis at some point. He would like to be a psychiatrist so he could help other people. But when I asked him how specifically he planned to do that, or when he can do that, because he's in the middle of a legal proceeding, he could not answer me. So that showed to me a level of cognitive thinking that he would be able to hope for something, but he lacked the ability to plan step by step. Do you recall her testifying to that?
Yes.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you want to be a psychiatrist, a medical doctor, and have to take all the science pre-meds, or do you want to be a psychologist?
A psychologist.
When you spoke to Dr. Reed, were you able to give her a step-by-step plan as to how you would become a psychologist?
No,
Why not?
because it would be unrealistic, because of the situation that I'm in. I'm being charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 attempted murder. I'm undocumented and I have schizophrenia.
But even though it may be unrealistic, would you like to one day become a psychologist so you could help people?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct examination. Mr. Vanderhook, cross.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You killed David Breaux because you were angry, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Just a moment. No, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
You killed David Breaux because you were angry, correct?
Are you asking if I remember that or if I accept that?
You killed him because you were angry, right?
I don't remember killing him.
And you killed Kareem Abou Najm because you were angry, correct?
Are you asking if I remember that or if I accept that?
Is that why you killed him?
No.
And you stabbed Kimberlee Guillory because you were angry, correct?
No.
And you testified earlier about liking it when you got all A's in high school, right?
Yes.
And when you started having trouble in college and had trouble on tests, you got so angry that you put a hole through the wall, correct?
Yes, it was a placement test.
And when was that you were angry about the test and put a hole through the wall?
I think it was towards the end of fall quarter of my freshman year.
So that was in December?
Yeah. Or I think January.
And so I have here People's Exhibit 80, the transcript from UC Davis. I'd like to put that up. This was your chemistry placement exam, right?
Yeah.
So looking at your chemistry placement exam here, we can see that you took the exam 4 different times on 4 different dates, right?
Yeah.
And you took it here in May before you even started classes at UC Davis then?
Yes.
And a passing score on this is a 24, right?
I don't remember the exact score
Okay.
or the exact passing score.
But 15's not passing, right?
No.
And then you took it again in October of 2020, and he failed it again, right?
Yes.
And so then this taking in December 13th of 2020, when you got the 23, that was when you failed a third time, right?
Yes.
And that's when you punched a hole in the wall, correct?
I think so.
And so failing at things makes you angry, correct?
Not necessarily.
Especially when it comes to schoolwork, where you used to get all A's and then you were struggling once you got to school, right?
I don't think I was that affected by it.
Now, you had other instances where you got angry and broke things, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, you testified about going out with Kaylee. Do you remember that? Where
Yes.
you believed that someone was saying something about you,
Yes.
and you said that on direct that you heard this person and that they were saying something about you. What is it that you believe that they were saying about you?
There was 3 different occasions. I don't know which one you're asking about.
So I'm talking about the one where you smashed Kaylee's phone and then you tried to assault him.
Okay.
What did he say during that event or what did you think that he said during that event?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something towards the end where he said, "Oh, you look funny," in like a negative way, or
So he was
something funny.
He was insulting you, right?
Yeah.
And that made you angry, right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
you wanted to fight him because you wanted to go after him.
Not at the beginning. I just wanted to confront him about it and see if he was the one that actually told me that.
Okay, and what happened when you went to confront him?
I think he was saying that he didn't say that, and then I was getting closer to him, and that's when Kaylee intervened, and she kind of tried to take me back away from him, and that's when I grabbed the phone and threw it to the ground.
And why did you smash Kaylee's phone in this situation?
I don't know.
Because you were angry, right?
Objection hasn't answered. Then I don't know.
System. Inaccurate.
Kaylee was blocking you from getting to this individual and you didn't like that, correct?
Not that I didn't like it. I don't think I recognized it as that. I just thought she was just getting in the way.
And you wanted to get at him, correct?
Yeah.
And you wanted to hurt him, correct?
No.
Well, what did you want to do with him?
Just confront him about what I heard that he had said.
And you remember Kaylee testifying that you wanted to fight him, that you were trying to attack him.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you were doing?
No.
In fact, Kaylee had to hold you back from going after that man, correct?
Yes.
Do you know of anything about that situation that would cause Kaylee to misperceive what was going on or be wrong about what she observed?
Objection, speculation, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I just want to know what you know.
Same objection, speculation, lack of foundation.
Yeah, you need to be more specific, so it's sustained.
Was there anything there that would have blocked Kaylee's view so that she couldn't see what was going on? Was there loud noises so that she couldn't hear what was going on? Is there anything there that would have hindered Kaylee's perception of the events so that she could not accurately view and understand what was going on?
I don't think so.
And you were in love with Kaylee, correct?
Yes.
And when she broke up with you, that made you upset, right?
Yes.
And do you remember testifying on direct about the poem that you wrote with the caption, "Knife in My Hand"?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that knife in your hand was a metaphor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And
Objection, this state's testimony to say he thinks.
Okay. Rephrase.
was it a metaphor?
Yes.
What's it a metaphor for?
For cutting through through the eyes, just like going straight through it.
And so you testified on direct that you didn't have any thoughts of harming Kaylee or anyone else. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So that's not accurate, is it?
It is.
In fact, you wrote other songs and poems about killing people.
Objection.
Didn't you?
Sustained.
Prosecutorial error, asked to approach.
This is sustained. The objection is sustained. Do you need another remedy at this time?
Can we approach?
I will ask for one in the break.
Okay, all right.
Ask the court the jury
Move on.
to disregard.
Okay, disregard that. I'll meet with the lawyers to sort it out. So I'm gonna ask counsel to move on. We'll sort it out.
You were thinking about killing people, correct?
No, I wasn't.
You talked about purchasing the knife and why you bought the knife, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, specifically, you said that you had found a knife and it was a broken knife. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were throwing a broken knife blade, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you said about that.
Yes.
And you said you were throwing it in Sycamore Park.
Yes.
And when you were throwing it in Sycamore Park, you were trying to stick it in a tree, correct?
Yes.
And it was, eventually, you testified that it was dull and not sticking, correct?
Yeah, or at least I thought that was the reason it wasn't sticking.
And that's why you went looking for another knife, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that you throw a half knife blade? How does that work?
What do you mean?
Objection, this state's testimony. It was a full knife blade.
Okay, hold on just a second. The objection is sustained. I don't want speaking
I
objections.
apologize.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So
Rephrase.
the knife's broken in half and it's just a blade, correct?
It doesn't have a handle on it. It's
Right,
just
so
a
you're
blade.
throwing just the blade.
Yes.
Did that blade break?
No.
It just got dull and that's why you got rid of it, right?
Yeah.
And that's your explanation as to why you were on Amazon shopping for a knife, that you used to have a knife, that it got dull, and therefore you were buying another knife, correct?
Yes.
So you've said other things about why you bought the knife, correct?
Not that I remember.
In fact, you told Dr. Reed in 2022, I found a knife when I was going on a walk and threw it at a tree and started doing that. Then the knife broke, so in November of my junior year, I bought a knife from Amazon. Do you remember telling Dr. Reed that?
I don't remember specifically what I said to them. I just remember talking to Dr. Reed.
All right. Were you honest with Dr. Reed?
Yes.
Okay, so your testimony is that the knife was already broken when you found it. And you previously said that it wasn't and that it broke in November.
Objection, this state's testimony asked and answered.
Sustained.
You told Dr. Reed that the knife broke in November of your junior year, correct?
Objection, this state's testimony asked and answered.
Sustained.
The reason why your story is changing about finding the knife and it breaking versus being dulled is because that part is fabricated, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You testified on direct that you bought the knife on Amazon and you don't remember shopping around for that, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
No, over.
I don't remember like purchasing it. I just remember looking for knives.
And specifically you searched for combat knife, correct?
I don't remember that.
Well, you said that you were throwing the knife and carving, so those would be like throwing knives and carving knives, correct?
Yes.
And a combat knife is specifically a knife for killing a human, correct?
Objection, foundation, argumentative.
I'll allow the question. Judge, overruled.
Do you remember specifically searching for a knife that was for harming humans?
No.
Because do you know that a combat knife is a knife for harming humans?
No.
Even today, you don't know that a combat knife is a knife that is for killing humans?
Objection, asked and answered. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
No.
What is it you think a combat knife is today?
I just thought they were regular knives.
And you also then searched for a hunting knife, correct?
I don't remember that.
And a hunting knife is a knife for cutting through flesh, correct?
I don't think so.
Well, what is it that you think hunting knives are used for?
I don't know. It could depend
Depend on what?
on what you're using it for.
Hunting.
Like hunting, like animals.
Well, what is it that you think hunting knives are used for?
Maybe for regular things, but also hunting, if that's in the name.
Is there any reason that you know of why these Amazon search records would not be your records?
No.
What was going on at the time that you bought the knife on Amazon?
Can you clarify the question?
What was going on at the time that you bought the knife on Amazon?
Objection, vague as to based on personal knowledge or
Hold on. Overruled. If you understand the question, you can answer.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really understand it.
You were in finals when you bought it, correct?
Yeah, I think I had a few finals.
Right? And you were struggling in school at the time, correct?
In some of my classes, yes.
And you took it, you went shopping on Amazon for the knife after you took your first final, correct?
I think so.
And you had other finals pending still, correct?
Yes.
So why were you out shopping for knives instead of studying for your other finals?
I don't know.
It's because you were planning on hurting people with those knives, correct?
No.
And at the same time, you were having your issues with your roommates about rent, correct?
I think that was later, in December.
Well, you bought the knife in December, right?
objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
According to the Amazon records, yes.
And you had this conversation with Christian Ortega about rent, right? That was the falling out about rent.
Yes.
And the falling out was bad enough that you stopped talking to him after that point, correct?
I don't think that was the reason I stopped talking to them.
But it was right after that conversation that you did stop talking to him, right?
It was around there.
So if that's not the reason, then what was the reason?
I think I just started to socially withdraw from them.
Was this when you broke the toilet?
I don't remember breaking the toilet.
Do you have any reason to believe that it wasn't you that broke the toilet?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Overruled.
I thought it wasn't me. I thought it was someone else.
And this was around the time when you got in the argument with Mark Capito and Phil Hahn, correct?
I don't remember getting into an argument with them.
was when you went home for winter break, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you had no idea how you would get home from winter break if your dad hadn't driven you, right?
Correct.
Isn't there a train that goes straight from Oakland to Davis, the Capital Corridor?
No, not that I know of. Not in Oakland. I was in Tracy.
So you testified at this point on direct that you talked about the phones that you had. Aaron, can we approach?
No, I mean, if you have an area that is in dispute, just table it and then move on to something that's not.
Okay, you testified about having two phones, right?
Yes.
The iPhone XS Max and iPhone 11, correct?
Yes.
And the iPhone 11 is newer than the XS Max, correct?
Yes.
Why is it that you have these two phones, the 11 and the XS Max, if you didn't, if the 11 is newer? Why are you using the XS Max?
So my XX Max, it was cracked, and I wanted a new phone, so I ordered it. I ordered a iPhone 11, but then that one got cracked, and I couldn't log in. I couldn't use the passcode. Like it didn't register my fingers, so I just left it, and I started using my X Max again.
So you were not using the iPhone 11 at all?
I think I had it for about a week before it broke, and I couldn't log in into it anymore.
And you were saying there was login issues on the phone?
Yeah.
What did you do with the phone once you had the login issues?
I just left it in my bed.
How long was this phone in your bed?
I think until the FBI collected the evidence.
Just help me understand, if the phone isn't working, why do you keep it in your bed?
I usually kept my phone under my pillow, and I kind of just left it there. I kind of forgot about it.
And you couldn't get in this phone?
No.
Did you set a passcode to the phone?
Yes.
I'm marking exhibit.
Okay.
Showing you from People's 101 a photo mark ending in 483. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your iPhone 11?
Yes.
It's on your bed,
Yes.
but you're not using it.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about throwing the knife at Sycamore Park. You testified about that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When did you go to Sycamore Park to throw the knife?
It would be after my classes, so around nighttime.
Would it be dark out?
Sometimes.
And sometimes during the daytime?
Yeah.
Sycamore Park is a pretty busy park, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
And the other people in the not see you throwing this knife in the park right by a play structure?
I don't think so.
Do you know of anyone who saw you? Did you see anyone noticing you throwing this knife at Sycamore Park at the play structure?
Objection, Vegas, the time.
I remember one time there was a guy, he went to the swing, but he didn't tell me anything or ask me or anything.
And you would throw this knife at night?
Yes.
I mean, would the knife ever get lost when you missed?
Sometimes it would be hard to find, but I would eventually find it.
Okay. And you said that it was during this time that you carved the face in the tree?
Yes.
And that's the only carving you made there?
Yes.
You previously made an inconsistent statement about when you carved that knife or carved that face in the tree?
Can you clarify the question?
Didn't you tell Dr. Reed, page 16, that from the second incident, I remember it was a Saturday, I woke up around noon, I went to the park to escape the whispers, and I went back to the park again, just carved on the tree an eye and a face, and threw a knife at a tree?
I don't remember specifically what I said to her.
So you told Dr. Reed that you carved the face in the tree the same day that you killed Kareem in the park?
I don't remember that.
Now, I want to take you back a little further to buying lingerie for Kaylee. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Lingerie is kind of a sexual gift, right?
Kind of.
I mean, if you had accepted at that point you were never going to get back together with her, why are you buying a sexually explicit gift for somebody who you think you're never going to get back together with?
I don't know.
And specifically, you put a devil on the box, right?
I don't remember putting a devil on the box. I remember just trying to draw like little diamonds in the shape of a heart.
Is the devil symbol a calling card for you?
Objection, vague.
No.
Is that why you put it on the box, so that way she would associate you with the devil?
I don't remember drawing a devil on the
And is
shoebox.
that why you carved the devil in the tree, so that when you killed Kareem in the park, that people would associate you with
Objection,
the
this
devil?
state's testimony.
Overruled. You can ask.
No.
If you told Dr. Reed that you carved the face in the tree the same day that you killed Kareem, would that have been the truth?
Yes.
And you told these things to Dr. Reed in December of 2024, just a couple months ago, right?
Yes.
So you had already been medicated at the time you're having this conversation, correct?
Yes.
And so there's no real reason why you would have gotten that fact wrong when you were talking to Dr. Reed, is there?
No, I think because I did work on it for other days, so I think I was just like I think I assumed that and just told her that that's when I worked on the carving.
You specifically told her that it was on the Sunday where you killed Kareem, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
You specifically told Dr. Reed that the time that you carved the face was the same time that, the same day that you killed Kareem, right?
I don't remember specifically what was said. I just remember talking to her.
When you went to Central Park on the night of the 26th and the 27th, you brought the knife because you were planning on killing someone, correct?
No.
This is the knife that you bought on Amazon when you searched for a combat knife, right?
I don't remember searching for a combat knife.
And you have no reason to doubt those Amazon records, right?
No.
Okay, so it's that knife, the one you bought from Amazon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you didn't bring the knife because you were going to kill someone, why'd you bring the knife?
I would usually carry it when I would go out on my walks or my bike rides.
In fact, you made claims that you always carry this knife, that you carry it all the time with you, everywhere you go, right?
Not everywhere, just like walks or my bike rides.
You told Dr. Reed that you started carrying the knife since 22, right?
I don't remember what I specifically told her. I just remember talking to her.
All right. Is there anyone that you know of who has seen you with this knife, carrying it around or having it with you as a matter of routine, anytime before you started killing people?
No.
Now, you testified on direct that when you stabbed David, that you went out because of whispers. You remember that?
Yes.
And you testified about being on a bench, right?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah, so I remember I was on a bench looking at a tree. I remember it was like a baby tree, it still have like a barrier around it or to support it. And I think that's when I started to hear voices clearly saying, you won't go up to him, you won't go, you won't. And I started to get paranoid and started to look around. And that's when I seen a shadow figure on the bench next to me, or the bench over. And that's when I like lunged at him and kind of blinked out.
All right, so I'm going to pull up, I think, people's 2A. 2B. I'll put this on the overhead. You see this?
Yes.
Okay. What bench were you on?
I think it was to the left of where David Breaux was found.
You have a laser pointer?
Yeah.
Can you show us?
I think it was somewhere around here.
Okay, so you testified that you rode your bike, correct?
Yes.
Where's your bike at this point?
I don't remember where I put it.
Because it would be strange to ride your bike over to that bench that you just showed us where it's surrounded by grass, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
And did you ride your bike over grass over to that bench?
I don't remember.
And how long were you on the bench for?
I think it was like 2 minutes before I heard the voices.
And you testified on direct that while you were on your bench, you saw a shadow on David's bench and then you ran over to it, right?
Yeah, after I heard the voices.
Right. And it's about 50 feet or slightly more, correct?
I don't know.
And you made a lot of inconsistent statements about this, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Yeah, I mean, you can ask him about statements, but
And when you were at Pasadero, you told those doctors nothing about going out to get whispers. You told them that you
Objection, prosecutorial error, request to approach.
okay. No, just a moment. Just a moment. Let me make a note. Hold on, folks. Okay, I'm gonna just reserve and include this in the list of things I want to talk to council about, so if you can ask me another question, we just have a few minutes.
Was your prior statement that you went out to get fresh air?
I don't remember.
And did you say at that time this stabbing was accidental?
Objection,
Okay. You have a dispute regarding the statements made to the doctors at the state hospital,
based on a court,
right?
and so,
So we'll talk about that.
yes.
All right, so move off of the state hospital.
All right. So when you were at, when you were talking with Dr. Weiner, you indicated to Dr. Weiner that you were on the same bench as David, correct?
I don't remember what I specifically told him, but I do remember talking to him.
Well, did you tell him, I started looking around and got paranoid, and got more paranoid when I saw a shadow figure sitting next to me on the bench?
I think I meant the bench next over to me.
And when you talked to Dr. Vincent, you said, the voices seemed to be evading you, and you saw a shadow figure next to you.
I think I was trying to explain how it was like on the bench that was next to the bench that I was in.
And so, your testimony today has been that you ran to David, right?
Yes.
But when you talked to Dr. Vinson, Dr. Reed, and Dr. Weiner, you didn't say anything about running over, correct?
I think I used the phrase lunged.
You lunged for 50 feet?
Yeah, or that's what I recall it as.
Now, you remember Dr. Zhu's testimony, right?
No.
The coroner who did the autopsy on David Breaux, do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Do you remember the testimony that David Breaux was lying down on the bench at the time that he was stabbed?
No.
Was David Breaux lying down at the time that he was stabbed?
I don't know.
Okay, good place to take a break because we have a few things to talk about. So, thank you, Mr. Reales Dominguez. You can return to counsel's table.
Okay.
So, to the jury, I'm going to work with the lawyers on a few evidentiary matters, and so I'm going to try to get it done in a few minutes. And so this is a 20-minute break. Let's try to be ready at the top of the hour. Remember the three-part admonition: don't discuss the substance, don't form any opinions, don't research, and I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you, folks. Off break.
We talked earlier about the iPhone XS Max and the iPhone 11. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
And we talked about the iPhone 11 that was on your bed, but is not a phone that you use.
Correct.
What's the passcode to that phone?
I don't remember.
So, you have a phone that you keep on your bed where it's readily accessible, that you don't use, and you don't know the passcode to.
Correct.
I want to talk about the events that took place leading up to the murder of David Breaux. You were struggling in school, correct?
I think so.
Did you have doubt on that point?
No.
Were you in court when we went over your transcript and we saw how you were on academic probation and subject to academic disqualification for multiple semesters?
Yes.
Pretty much from the start of your college career, correct?
I think so.
And you had to file an appeal for your academic disqualification on one prior occasion, correct?
Yes.
And then in the last full semester that you completed, you got straight Fs and 2 withdrawals, right?
The quarter?
Yeah, for winter quarter 2023.
Yeah.
And you had filed an appeal on that, correct?
I think so.
And so you knew that you were on the verge of being kicked out of school, correct?
Not kicked out of school, but placed on academic probation.
Disqualification is that you're out of the school. Do you remember talking about that and that it was different than probation?
No, I remember that it was academic probation.
Okay, so when you filed an appeal, you didn't understand that you were about to be kicked out of school?
No.
You were also having, you were also trying to rekindle with Kaylee, correct?
No.
And you had just bought her lingerie in December, and then 1 week before the killings began, if you get that overhead, I'm going to file people's 43 began. You texted her to try and meet up with her again, right?
Yes.
And you loved her, right?
Yes.
And so, if it could rekindle, that is something you would have wanted, right?
Yes.
And so you're asking her, hey, do you want to hang out just 1 week before people start to die? Correct?
Yes.
And there was issues with money, correct?
I didn't have issues with money. It was just that financial aid came in later than I expected, so it was just delayed.
People's A4A, like the public publishes this in record journal.
I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
I've seen it, but I'm not sure which part he's showing.
Just the first page.
Okay, well, just let me see it. The subpoena record, I'm sure it's fine, but let me just take a look at it. Thank you. And you're showing the first page?
Yes.
Right, that's fine. And you said it was 84 or something?
I think it's 84A, right?
Okay. You want to zoom in.
Okay, so I have people at 84A here, and you see this conversation that you're having with the registrar,
Yes.
and you're telling them that you're having issues with not having received your financial aid,
Yes.
and this is on April 19th, 1 week before the killings began, correct?
Yeah.
We look down here, it says April 19th, 2023 at 12:10 p.m. Hey, my financial aid hasn't been received yet for the 2023 to 2024 academic year. I was wondering if you can help me out with this. Thank you. Right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, you were trying to schedule appointments with counseling and get counseling appointments with people at UC Davis, correct?
Yes.
That's because you knew that you were on the verge of getting kicked out of school, right?
Or I knew I was going to be placed on academic probation, and I knew it was my second time, so I wanted to talk to the counselor what that specifically meant.
And so we saw the exhibit earlier where you were communicating with them and you were trying to schedule different counseling appointments. Do you remember that?
I think so.
So April 19th was a busy day. You were reaching out to counseling because of your academic issues. You were reaching out to financial aid because your financial aid wasn't coming through. And you were reaching out with Kaylee to try and meet up with her, right?
Yes.
So then 1 week later, on the 26th, when you're at Sycamore Park, what was the lighting like in the park?
I'll say it was pretty dark, but I didn't have trouble seeing.
Sorry, and then 1 week later at Central Park. What was the lighting like at Central Park?
I don't think there were any lights, but again, I didn't really have trouble seeing.
It was extremely dark, correct?
Not extremely dark.
And when you're sitting there on the bench 50 some odd feet away from David Breaux, you said you heard something that said you won't go up to him,
Yeah.
and him is a person, correct?
Yeah, you can refer to a person.
So you knew that was a person, correct?
Not at the time.
Well, him was referring to David Breaux, right?
At the time, I didn't know.
And him refers to a male, correct?
Yes.
And David Breaux is a male, correct?
Yes.
And it's referring to a human male, correct?
Yes.
And David Breaux is a human male.
Yes.
And you didn't have your phone with you?
I don't remember.
And you brought the knife.
Yes.
And you carried the knife to Sycamore Park, right?
Yes.
How did you transport the knife to Sycamore Park? Sorry. How did you carry the knife to Sycamore Park?
I would have it in my pocket.
And it was in its sheath?
Yes.
And so the sheath is important for the knife, correct?
Yes.
Because it's sharp?
Yes.
And the sheath prevents you from cutting yourself with the knife, correct?
Yes.
And so you would put this sheathed knife in your pocket, because if you didn't have the sheath, it would just cut through your pocket, correct?
I don't think so.
And at this time you were carrying it in the sheath, correct?
Yeah.
And when you are talking to Dr. Weiner, Dr. Ree, and Dr. Vinson about stabbing David Breaux, you don't always refer to him, or refer to a shadow, right? You use other terms, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told Dr. Weiner that you thought, quote, it was a supernatural being next to me, correct?
Yes.
And you use that term supernatural being repeatedly, right?
Yeah.
And what's the difference between a shadow and a supernatural being?
They're the same thing.
And is a supernatural being a person?
No.
Is it wrong to harm a supernatural being?
Objection, relevance.
It's sustained at this stage.
So a supernatural being is not a person.
No.
And so when you say it was a supernatural being next to me, how is that not referring to you being on the same bench?
I think I was talking about the bench, that it was next to me. Or it was the bench next to me.
I'm going to put back on the overhead projector people's points. Sorry, 2D. So the bench that you're talking about is 50 feet away. That's next to you?
Yeah.
And in fact, with Dr. Vinson, you again referred to it as a supernatural being, correct?
I don't remember what I specifically said, but I do remember having a conversation.
Beings.
I don't remember.
Specifically, did you ask or tell her, I thought it was a supernatural being?
I don't remember.
Mr. Reales Dominguez, can I have you
Yeah.
maybe pull up that mic a little bit? See how this it's flexible like that?
Yeah.
Just turn it up a little bit, but catch it better.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And so, your testimony today is that you, or perhaps yesterday, is that you saw this shadow 50 feet away and then ran at it, and then you blanked out, right?
Yes, I don't remember how far it was, but I do remember seeing it.
And this reference to running towards it, you didn't mention that to Dr. Weiner, Dr. Ree, or Dr. Vincent, correct?
No, I think I used lunge, and they were the same thing.
running 50 feet towards something is the same as a lunge?
Yeah.
Now, a supernatural being, does it have limbs?
No.
Objection vague as to,
I don't know what that means, sustained.
This figure that you saw, David Breaux, did you see that he had limbs?
No.
Did you see that he had a head,
No.
legs,
No.
hands,
No.
human features?
Just like towards the end.
And he didn't make any gestures at you, correct?
No.
He didn't threaten you?
No.
He didn't laugh at you?
No.
He didn't look at you?
No.
So when you were running towards him, you were in a hurry, right? You were going as fast as you could?
I don't think it was as fast as I could, but I was sprinting.
Okay, so you're going at a fast speed.
Yes.
And when you got to him, why'd you take off his blanket?
I don't remember taking off his blanket.
Do shadows wear blankets?
No.
So if he was a shadow, there would have been no need to take off the blanket before you started stabbing him, correct?
I don't remember taking off the blanket.
Well, do you remember the photographs of the blanket on the ground?
Yes.
And you remember the blanket being displayed in court?
Yes.
And then how the blanket had no knife marks in it?
Yes.
And so if David Breaux is sleeping on the bench and he has a blanket, and you're stabbing him, that should have knife holes in it unless it was removed, correct?
objection, speculation, argument is sustained.
Now, you stabbed David over 30 times, correct?
I don't remember that.
And when David was on the bench and you started stabbing him, he fell to the ground, right?
I don't remember that.
And while he's down on the ground, you kept stabbing him, right?
I don't remember.
And as he's getting up and getting back into the bench, you continue stabbing him, right?
I don't remember.
In fact, when he's trying to defend himself in the seated position, you even at one point put the knife right through his hand, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember being angry?
No.
And after this, you went home, correct?
Yes.
And you had just stabbed someone many times, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, from the evidence in court, are you convinced that you stabbed someone many, many times in Central Park?
Yes.
And so at this point, you've left the sheath behind at the scene, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, do you remember the evidence of the sheath being left behind?
Yes.
And do you have any information that leads you to believe that that isn't your sheath?
No.
Okay, so if you no longer have the sheath and you're carrying this double-edged sharp dagger, how is it that you get the dagger home?
I don't remember.
Was it in your hand?
I think I put it back in my pocket.
Which pocket?
My right pocket.
Your pants pocket?
Yeah.
And this sharp dagger didn't go through your pocket.
I don't think so.
And when you got home, there was a lot of blood, right?
I don't remember seeing blood.
Well, there was blood on the knife, right?
I don't remember it.
And was there blood on your clothing?
I don't remember.
And the morning after you killed David Breaux, shortly before 5 in the morning, you powered your phone back on. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
So at close to 5 in the morning, you were still awake. It's not like you went right to bed, right?
I don't remember.
And the next night, you went out and you conducted some reconnaissance over at Sycamore Park, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
That's sustained.
The next night, you went to Sycamore Park, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, you had just been in the park the night before, Central Park, where you believed that a supernatural being 50 feet away was something that you had to run towards. Why would you go to another park the next night after such a traumatic event the night before?
I don't know.
Was it because you wanted to check for exit routes?
I don't think so.
Was it because you wanted to look for the dark areas in the park?
I don't think so.
And while you were there, you had your phone, right?
I don't remember.
And you turned off your phone in the park because you were concerned about being tracked, right?
I don't remember.
Do you know of any other reason why you would have turned off your phone?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Overall, you can answer, you know.
No, I don't remember.
Now, you testified on direct that you had seen some sort of supernatural being on a bike in Sycamore Park before, correct?
Objection, state's testimony.
Overall, if you understand, you can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, on direct, you testified that in March, you saw an individual on a bike that was a shadow, a big gaping maw, making a gesture, pointing and doing things like that. You testified about that happening in March, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that was, your testimony is that that was in Sycamore Park, correct?
Objection, to state's testimony.
Well, sharpen your question.
Was it in Sycamore Park?
It was near Sycamore Park.
And so Sycamore Park is an area where you run into issues before then, correct?
Just at one time.
And so if you had just run into a supernatural being in Central Park, why would you if you just run into a supernatural being in Central Park, why would you the next day go to Sycamore Park where you'd also run into a supernatural being before? Shouldn't you be going to areas to avoid supernatural beings?
Objection, argumentative.
Overall, you can answer.
I don't think I was worried about that.
Well, I mean, if you weren't worried about supernatural beings, then why did you stab David over 30 times?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
So, you talked about being in Sycamore Park the night you killed David, or you killed Kareem, correct?
I don't remember going to the park. I just remember being on my way home.
You remember being in the park though, right?
Yes.
And you didn't have your phone with you, right?
I don't remember.
Because your phone was off. You had turned it off in Sycamore Park 2 nights before, correct?
I don't remember.
And you didn't have your phone with you because you didn't want to be tracked, correct?
No, I never thought about being tracked on my phone.
Well, you like music, right?
Yes.
And you listen to music.
Yes.
And in fact, you testified that music helps you with your mental issues, correct?
Yes.
And so bringing your source of music would be something that you would want to do if you're going out to deal with what you say are whispers, correct?
Yes.
And so if you're going out to deal with whispers and music helps and you have a source of music on your phone, why not bring your phone?
I would sometimes just forget it. I would kind of just leave the house.
But this time it wasn't just that you forgot it, it wasn't even on, correct?
Objection has been answered.
Overall, you can answer again.
I don't remember turning my phone off or on.
And you testified on direct about seeing Kareem in the park. Do you remember that?
I remember seeing a shadow shapeshifter coming towards me.
And on direct, you described this as a shadow with an open mouth and gaping maw, correct?
Gaping what?
An open mouth, that there was a void there, right?
Yeah.
And then it was gesturing, pointing, and making some kind of arm gesture, correct?
Yes.
Making fun of you,
Yes.
laughing at you.
I thought so, yes.
And you've talked to Dr. Vincent, Dr. Weiner, and Dr. Ree about this as well, correct?
Yes.
And in those, you didn't use the word shadow at all, correct?
I don't remember what I specifically told them.
You only said supernatural being, correct?
I don't remember what I specifically told them.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you told Dr. Vincent, Dr. Weiner, and Dr. Ree supernatural being and not shadow?
Objection, speculation, asked and answered.
No.
And this distinction between a shadow and a supernatural being is important, right?
Yeah, I think they were the same thing.
But you know that a supernatural being is a person, right?
No.
And so, you don't like being laughed at, right?
No.
Makes you angry, correct?
Not angry, but more like upset or like questioning why they would laugh at me.
I mean, previously when someone was making comments about you or making fun of you, saying that you're a funny guy, you physically assaulted them, right?
I don't remember it being physical, but I did confront them.
And so when you see Kareem and you perceive him as laughing at you, that made you angry, right?
I don't remember being angry.
And you come to Sycamore Park with your knife, right?
Yes.
And you came there because you were looking for someone to kill, correct?
No.
And that's why you picked Kareem out of all the people in the world to be the one who killed, because you thought that he was laughing at you and you decided that he was your target, correct?
No.
If you weren't there to kill somebody, why did you bring the knife?
I would use it to carve, or I would throw it to a tree to see if it would stick.
But you don't have it sheathed to the knife at this point, right?
Correct.
So how are you carrying this knife as an everyday object if you no longer have a sheath for it?
I think I would just put it in my pocket.
Now, when you go out to do things like run errands or perform tasks, do you bring the items that you need for those events?
Yes.
So for example, you talk about you used to have a car, right?
Yeah.
And if you were going to drive your car, you would bring keys with you, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about going to the store and doing shopping, right?
Yes.
And if you're going to the store, you would bring a wallet or cash with you, right?
Yes.
And if you're going out to clear your head and maybe listen to music, you would bring a phone with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but the only thing that you brought with you is a knife, correct?
Yes.
And that's because your plan was that you were going to use the knife on a person, correct?
No.
Because it was no longer just an everyday object that you could keep in your pocket like a phone or a wallet or keys. It was a dagger without a sheath that you had to be careful when you were carrying around, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't remember being careful. I just remember putting it in my pocket and just having it there.
Right, but like if you reached in your pocket and grabbed a sharp dagger, you'd cut your hand, correct?
No, not really.
Is the dagger not sharp?
Yes.
And so, does touching sharp things cut you?
Yes.
Okay, so if you touch the sharp thing in your pocket, you would get cut, right?
Yeah, if you touched it.
Right, and so you would have to be careful with this object so that you don't cut yourself, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you got to be careful with it because it's got a sharp tip that it could go right through your pants and cut your pants open, correct?
Yes.
And so it's no longer an everyday object like phone, wallet, or keys that you can carry around. It is requiring special consideration, special precautions so that you don't cut your pocket or cut your hand, right?
Yes.
And so you talked about seeing Kareem and seeing that he's laughing at you, and that you stepped into his way. Why did you do that?
I thought if I stepped in his way, he would see me, and he would either like move the other, like to the right or to the left, and that he would stop laughing and pointing at me.
Because you wanted him to stop laughing and pointing at you, correct?
Yes.
And so you got in his way because you wanted to provoke a confrontation with him. You wanted a physical altercation with him, correct?
No.
There's a man coming down the path on a bicycle, right?
Yes.
And he's moving at a decent speed, right?
Yes.
And you step directly in front of his way, right?
Yes.
How is that not trying to provoke a physical confrontation when you get in his way and cause him to crash into you?
When I got in his way, there was a few feet between us, so if he seen me, he would have been able to move to the left or to the right.
If there was a few feet between you, you also could have moved back out of the way, right?
Yes.
But you didn't, right?
No.
Because you wanted that collision, you wanted to get in a confrontation with Kareem, correct?
No.
And once you collided with Kareem, you started stabbing him, correct?
I don't remember stabbing him.
You don't remember stabbing him over 50 times.
No.
Do you remember thinking that you wanted to get away?
I remember being scared of, because there was a light that was coming my way, and I thought it was the shadow shapeshifter, so I got scared and took the bike and went away.
You said earlier that you wanted Kareem to go away, right?
I think so.
And your testimony is that this was a shadow with a void for a mouth that you're scared of, right?
Yes.
And despite being scared, you got in the way as it's coming at you to cause this collision, right?
I didn't want to cause a collision. I just wanted him to stop what he was doing.
But if you're scared of him, why do you want him to stop?
Because I didn't like, or I wanted him to stop because it just didn't really like, I felt bad that he was making fun of me.
It's rain.
Not angry, but more scared.
And when you testified about being scared of a bicyclist earlier, you just let that person go on by, right?
No, I turned away. I turned left. I turned away from the bicyclist.
No physical confrontation, right?
No,
They didn't follow you, chase you, anything like that, right?
no,
And so you had that same option here where you could have turned and moved somewhere else, gone somewhere else, avoided it, right?
not really. I was in the bike path.
You were in the bike path and then you intentionally stepped in their way, right?
Ask and answer the same.
If you're scared of this shadow, why not just leave? Step off the bike path, do anything other than get in their way and force a confrontation.
Because at that time in my mind, I thought if I got in his way, he would recognize me and he would either stop what he was doing or he would move to a different side so he could keep on going.
And when he was doing it, you wanted him to stop was laughing at you, correct?
Yes,
Because he was making fun of you.
I thought so, yes.
And you remember lunging at Kareem, right?
Yes.
And you had the knife with you, correct?
I don't remember having the knife with me.
And you stabbed Kareem many times, correct?
I don't remember that.
And it's your testimony that you did this because you wanted to get away, correct?
No, I didn't want to get away.
Okay, then why were you doing it?
I don't know.
And if you're scared of something, you should get away from it, right?
Yes.
But you didn't try and get away from it, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You were in court when we heard the testimony from Dr. Massey, correct?
Yes.
And he testified about hearing Kareem screaming in the park, hearing the voice yelling for help. You remember that?
Yes.
And how he looked over his fence and then decided to go out and check, and then he walked over to the park, right?
Yes.
And so from the time that your assault on Kareem started to the time Dr. Massey got there was a significant period of time, somewhere a minute or more, correct?
I don't remember.
Right? But were you in court during that evidence?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to not believe that it was a minute or more?
No.
And during that time where Dr. Massey hears the assault, looks over the fence, and is looking at what you're doing, you didn't try and get away, right?
I don't remember.
Because during that time you just stayed with Kareem and you were still stabbing him, right?
I don't remember.
And so it wasn't until Dr. Massey actually got to the scene and is talking to you and saying, trying to assess what's going on, that you finally decided to get away, right?
I just remember seeing a flashlight coming towards me, and I thought it was a shadow shapeshifter, so that's why I started to look for the bike so I could ride away.
Do shadow shapeshifters carry flashlights?
I don't know.
So if Dr. Massey was a shadow shapeshifter, why would he have a flashlight?
Objection, speculation, argumented.
Sustained. Sustained.
Why didn't you flee before Dr. Massey arrived?
I don't know.
Is it because you wanted to make sure that Kareem was dead?
No.
You saw the photos of Kareem on the path, right?
Yes.
And you saw the photos of where the wounds in his chest were, correct?
Yes.
And they were focused on his heart, his neck, and his head, correct?
Yes.
And you stabbed him specifically in the heart because you wanted to kill him, correct?
I don't remember that.
Do shadows have hearts?
I don't know.
Because if it was a shadow, there would be no need to be stabbing in the heart versus other places, would there?
I don't know.
And it was because that you knew that he was a person that you specifically stabbed him in the heart, correct?
I don't remember stabbing him.
And when Dr. Massey came, you fled immediately as he approached, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How far away was Dr. Massey when you started your flee?
I remember the light being pretty close to me.
And you remember him talking to you?
No.
And then you picked up the bike and left, right?
Yes.
And it was Kareem's bike, right?
Yes.
And so you rode on that bike, correct?
Yes.
You shadows own bikes,
I don't know.
and so because there was the bike, because it was a person riding the bike, you knew that Kareem was a person because you knew that he was riding a bike, and shadows don't ride bikes, right?
Objection, argumentative.
I rephrase.
The fact that Kareem was on a bike told you that he was a person, correct?
No.
In fact, when we were talking to Dr. Weiner, you specifically told him that you grabbed, quote, the other guy's bike, correct?
I don't remember what I told him.
And other guy refers to a human, correct?
Yes.
And guy specifically refers to a human male, correct?
Yeah.
And Kareem was a human male, correct?
Yes.
So when you say that you grabbed the other guy's bike, You know that it's a human male's bike that you are taking, correct?
I think at that time I knew what happened, so I think that's why I said that I grabbed the guy's bike.
And as you're fleeing from Dr. Massey, you turn back and you speak with him, right?
No.
You say to him something to the effect of, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone."
I don't remember that.
Do you remember Dr. Massey's testimony on that point?
Yes.
Do you know of anything that would have hindered Dr. Massey's ability to hear you say that, like was there loud noises like a train or anything else that would have impaired his ability to hear what you were saying?
No.
And when you told him that you used the word man, correct?
I don't remember that.
Because a man is a person, correct?
Yes.
So you knew Dr. Massey was a person at the time that you were addressing him when you were saying, "What do you want, man? Leave me alone." You're saying, "What do you want, person? Leave me alone."
No.
And then you rode your bicycle and you went over the bridge and then you went down to Crystal Grove, correct?
I just remember leaving the bike on the bush and running back towards the footbridge.
And there was a lot of blood, right?
I don't remember seeing any blood.
I think it's exhibit 18. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
This is where you left Kareem's bike.
I just remember it being by a bush.
Why here?
I don't know.
During the other two stabbings, you rode your bike, correct?
Yes.
When you stabbed David Breaux, you rode on your bike and then you approached on foot, correct?
I just remember being at the bench.
And then you approached him on foot, right?
Yes.
And when you stabbed Kimberlee Guillory, you parked your bike and you approached on foot, correct?
Yes.
Did you do the same here?
I just remember going home, walking.
Why did you stick the bike here? Why did you abandon Kareem's bike here? If you wanted to get back home and you were already on the bike, why not just ride his bike back home?
Objection, this state's testimony.
I don't know.
If you were trying to get back home and you were already on a bike, you could get home faster on a bike, correct?
Yes.
Did you have another bike staged here?
No.
Because these bushes would be an area where you could stage a bike, correct?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I don't think so.
And so when you stop the bike here, ask you about the blood. You saw photos of the blood on the water bottle, correct?
Yes.
And you're dripping with blood at this point, correct?
I wasn't aware of it.
In fact, we have here on the body of the bicycle, by this brake or gear cable here, it's got blood on it, correct?
Yes.
parts of the bicycle, like the handlebars, there's lots of blood there too, correct?
Yes.
And we can see blood here on the gear shifter cable, correct?
Yes.
And there's blood on the water bottle, correct?
Yes.
Why did you handle the water bottle?
I don't know.
So this is Kareem's bicycle. Where was the water bottle?
I don't remember.
And so you left there, and there was blood dripping from you, correct?
I wasn't aware that there was blood, or I didn't notice any blood.
Right. So having viewed the evidence in court, are you aware now that you were dripping in blood?
No.
The blood on the bike came from either you or from Kareem, right?
Yes.
And so the blood is, you're the one who's on the bike, right?
Yes.
And so the blood that's on the bike is either blood that you're bleeding or Kareem's blood that you're transferring onto the bike, right?
Yes.
And so after you parked the bike there, you ran home from that point.
Correct.
You ran over the bridge through Sycamore Park to your house.
Yes.
And so when you did this run and you get home, you still have lots of blood on your hands, right?
I don't remember blood.
Right. And because of the blood, you knew that it was a person, right?
I don't remember the blood.
And shadows don't have blood, right?
I wouldn't know.
And so when you get to the house and you're covered in blood, what do you do in the house?
I don't remember having blood.
What did you do in the house?
I don't remember.
Well, after you stabbed David, you went back to the house and played on your guitar, correct?
Yeah.
Did you play on your guitar after you stabbed Kareem?
I don't think so.
And when you were at your house, you have to go through doors.
Yes.
And did you go on your computer?
When specific?
No, overall, he's talking about after Sycamore Park.
I don't remember.
And so you don't remember any blood on your hands, right?
Right.
Then why is there limited blood in your room?
Objection, misstates evidence.
There's blood on the bed, right?
I don't remember seeing blood on the bed.
You remember seeing the photos of the blood on the bed?
No.
And there's blood on some gym shorts and a shirt and a hamper in the closet, right?
Yes.
And the clothes in the hamper are positioned in a way that you can't see the blood, correct?
Objection, misstates evidence.
Sustained.
Well, do you remember the testimony where that was asked? Is it in a way that you can't see the blood, that the only red thing visible was a piece of clothing and not blood?
No.
So you're touching things in your room, like your guitar, your computer, the sink, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Where's the blood that should be on those things?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know.
Because either you wash off the blood on your hands before you touch these things, or you wash off the blood on those things after you touch them, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you wash your hands before you went in the house?
No.
Did you wipe down those items after you got in the house?
No.
Do you remember the evidence about the DNA testing that was done on items from your house?
Yes.
Things like the sink handle.
Not the sink handle.
The sink?
I think so.
The drain?
No.
Your computer?
No.
And do you remember that none of those those things had blood?
Objection, misstates evidence.
Sustained.
There was no DNA on any of those, correct?
Objection, misstates evidence.
Sustained.
Which of those items had blood or DNA on them?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
I have here People's 101. I'm going to show you two photos. This photo. And this photo. Do you see them?
Yeah.
And are those photos from your room?
Yes.
May I publish?
Okay.
Okay, so if you didn't wash your hands before you came into the house, what items did you touch in the house?
I don't remember.
So this is your room with your guitar, correct?
Yes.
And if we zoom into the guitar, does there appear to be any blood on any part of the guitar?
No.
And you have two guitars, correct?
Yes.
And anything on your other guitar? This is photo 86. You see the second guitar?
Yes.
Is that your guitar?
Yes.
You zoom in, any blood on the guitar?
No.
And this white netting that's there right next to your guitars, no blood on that?
No.
And no blood on your computer?
Objection, misstates evidence.
Sustained. Let's stop there. All right, Mr. Reales Dominguez, thank you for your testimony. You can return to council's table.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you. And we're going to be back at 1:30 for more evidence. And remember the three-part admonition: do not discuss the case, the substance, do not form any opinions until you're deliberating, and do not research. And I'll see you this afternoon. Thank you. Off the record. That I made a lot of orders at the beginning of the case, and that's why I like to slow down and make sure we have a context for everything. Okay, thank you. I think we've got that, but I don't want these type of exhibits that he is not a consumer of shown to a lay witness. It just doesn't mean anything to do that. So I would advise the parties on that. That's not helpful, and it would render an objection for lacking foundation, which would be sustained. So then the next point is these two Apple notes that are either song lyrics or poems or whatever. The objection to that is sustained. The prosecution is precluded. And the reason for that is that, let me ask you this as a factual foundation also, Mr. Hudson. Were these documents disclosed to any of the three doctors who evaluated and met with the defendant?
My belief is no, only doctors were given the knife in hand. All three doctors were given that.
Okay.
And Dr. Reed was provided those.
Dr. Reed was providing them. Okay, so here's the deal. If the people believe that these records were important on the issue of state of mind, they should have been produced to the doctors for review. Maybe they were to Dr. Reed. Second, they should have been addressed in the case in chief. They were not. Third, they should have been addressed to the court, given the context of the one that was admitted. And so it's entirely unfair at this point for the defense, who's in the middle of their case, almost closing their case, to not have this vetted through the three doctors, not have an opportunity to direct examine the defendant on these. The defense was reasonably believing that, hey, we were done with Apple Notes. The court ruled against the defense on the knife in hand. You can see the strategy of the defendant. Defense counsel addressed that with the defense. And so at this point, it's just not due process to have these Apple Notes now entered into the case at this stage when state of mind is the central issue. And we had three experts that have already testified. They haven't been asked about it. And the people's case in chief is come and gone. So that's the ruling on that. It's 353, the objection sustained. And then we have clarity on the final objection Mr. Hutchinson raised. And so we're in the defense case. Anything else before we get to jury?
No.
Okay, for the prosecution, anything else at this time?
No.
Okay, great. All right, so let's get back to work, and we'll do a traditional all rise for the afternoon session. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Okay, let's go on the record. The people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, and all parties are present. Mr. Reales Dominguez is on the witness stand. He's subject to cross-examination. I want to say good afternoon to our jury. Thank you for your patience. I had a few minutes of extra work I needed to do on the case with the lawyers, and we're ready to get back to work now, so thank you. All right, so Mr. Vanderhook, you're with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When we were talking before the break, we were talking about what was found in your room. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was found in your house generally, right?
Yes.
And what was from the bathroom sink and the tub drain were not blood, correct?
Objection outside scope. Foundation.
Foundation sustained.
And what was on your computer was in fact blood, correct?
I don't know.
All right. But you testified earlier about cutting your hand near your computer, correct?
Yes.
And so it makes sense that there was in fact blood on your computer?
Yes.
And you testified that that cut happened to your hand, and you said something about it being between your fingers. Where specifically was the cut on your hand that was between your fingers?
It was between the thumb and the index finger.
And this happened in your room by your computer?
Yes.
And so I have here people's 49. From people's 49, I'm going to show you maybe 7055. You able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so, of the cuts on your hand, which is the one where you cut yourself in your room, causing blood on your computer,
Objection, this states testimony.
or possibly causing the blood on your computer?
The one on the left?
All right, and using a laser pointer, can you show us which, or where on your left hand that injury is?
Right here.
On your side. So, on your right hand, it looks like you have some scrapes or cuts or something on your knuckles, as well as some injuries to the back of your hand. Do you see those?
Yes.
Where are those from?
I'm not sure.
If you were to use a knife to stab something, would you be using your right or your left hand?
My right hand, I think.
And so, I understand your testimony is that you didn't remember stabbing people, or in two cases you don't remember the stabbing, and in the third one you don't believe that you had a knife in your hand or don't remember having a knife in your hand. If you had done such a stabbing, would it have been with your right hand?
Objection, speculation.
The sustain.
Do you throw a ball with your right hand?
Yes.
And do you write with your right hand?
Yes.
And are you just generally right-handed?
Yes.
Do you do any tasks with your left hand?
No.
I want to back up just a little bit. We talked about Sycamore Park, and we talked about this person with the flashlight. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did they make any threats to you?
No.
Make any gestures to you?
No.
Were they laughing at you?
No.
And then you talked about riding Kareem's bike away and then ditching the bike and then proceeding on foot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Was there any part of you that thought to do that as a ruse to make it look like you went one way and then go another?
No.
When you carry the knife in your pocket, do you carry it with the point up or the point down?
With the point down.
And so the sharp tip of the knife would be down at the bottom of your pocket?
Yes.
And so you were living in Tracy at this time?
Yes.
And is there public transit from Tracy up to Davis?
Can you repeat that?
Take like an Amtrak bus from Tracy to Davis?
No.
So I want to advance a little bit. I want to talk to you about Kimberlee Guillory.
Okay.
Why was it that you left your home that night?
I think it was to get rid of the whispers.
And these are the whispers that getting fresh air helps you with,
Yes.
and that listening to music helps you with.
Yes.
Did you bring your music with you?
I don't think so.
And why is it that you left your phone at home?
I don't know.
And there was some discussion about what routes you take and to get different places in that area of town. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how you would cut through the train tracks to get to Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
And the log that you would go to, you've been there on prior occasions, correct?
Yes.
Is that the same route that you would take to get to the log, where you would cut through the fence, or would you just take the city streets to the log?
I don't remember.
I'm not asking about any specific occasion. Do you remember from any time that you went to the log what route you took?
Yes.
And what route would you take?
I would take either the train tracks or through downtown Davis.
Okay, so sometimes it would change.
Yes.
And on the night that you stabbed Kimberlee Guillory, which route did you take?
I don't remember.
So I have here what's been marked as Defense Exhibit CC. So there's 4 files. I'm going to go to file. File 1. And you remember the video showing you riding through downtown Davis at 11 p.m.
Yes.
And so this video here from Davis Glass at just after 11 p.m., starting at 11 p.m. and 30 seconds, you see that there is a bicyclist in this video.
Yes.
Is that you?
I don't know.
I'm going to switch videos. I'm going to go to People's 26A. This is the video from second and F. And you remember this video, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and you see this bike that's coming through with the kind of spinning reflectors on it?
Yes.
Back up just a second. Is that you?
I don't know.
When you would go to the log, would you go straight there, or would you ride around for a while or anything like that?
Objection, Vegas, the time.
Okay, sustained sharp.
When you were going to the log, would you just go straight to the log on any occasion? Would you go straight to the log, or would you wander around?
I think a couple of times I wandered around, but for most of the time I would just go straight there.
What about on the night that you stabbed Kimberlee?
I don't remember.
Okay, I have People's Exhibit 26C. This is a video from 320 K Street. Next video, I'm going to advance it to 2 minutes after 11. Pause there. All right, are you able to see this, sir?
No.
Oh. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
I think we did the license briefing. So I at 11, or 2 minutes after 11, in some 19 seconds or so, a bicycle came onto the scene. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Sorry, computer crashed. So I'm playing it again now, and we're at 12 seconds after 2 minutes after 11.
You got it up on the screen?
Oh. Sorry. And so, a couple seconds after 11, we had that bicyclist going by Davis Glass, and then 2 minutes after 11 and 17 seconds or so, we see this bicycle that went up and then went back again. Did you see that?
Yes.
Is that you?
I'm not sure.
Was that bicyclist, it went down 3rd Street, almost made it to L, turned around and went back, right?
I just seen it go straight.
Okay, bring it up again. We're at 2 minutes after the hour now. Can we dim the lights, please? These lights right in front of the...
You can put the blinds down if you think it might help. We haven't done this yet, but let's see. Hold on. Put the blackouts. Let's do that. And you got one more light, right? Or is this as dark as it gets?
Without turning off all the lights.
No, don't turn them off. Yeah. All right, we're doing the best we can. It's contrasted.
All right, are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And you saw the bike enter the frame and start going down 3rd Street?
Yes.
And you now see it turn around and go back the way it came?
Yes.
And you see the 2 reflectors on those wheels?
Yes.
And those reflectors look like the same reflectors on your bike?
They do.
Is that you?
I'm not sure.
Because prior to the night that you stabbed Kimberlee, you've been to that lodge before, right? right?
Yes.
So if you wanted to go straight to the log, you would be able to get there, right?
Yes.
And so there'd be no reason for you to be going up and down the street checking out the area, right?
Correct.
Were you going through that area so that you could look for somebody that you could stab?
No.
After you parked your bike, or strike that, where did you park your bike?
I just had it next to the log.
And then you left your bike unattended there,
Yes.
and you walked for several blocks away from your bike?
No.
I'm gonna pull out an exhibit. People's Exhibit 25A. On 25A, you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so 3rd and L Street here, the log would be right over here at 2nd and K, right?
Somewhere around there.
And the thrift shop is all the way over here at I and 3rd, right?
Yes.
So that's a couple blocks, right?
Yes.
And so you left your bike unattended as you walked a couple blocks over to the SPCA Goodwill?
I don't remember walking there.
But you testified on direct that you walk around sometimes when you go to the log.
Yes.
You just don't remember this particular walk.
No.
And I mean, why is it that you would leave a nice bike like that unattended in an area where you're at the railroad tracks, you don't know who might be coming in?
No, I didn't. I thought it would be okay just being there.
And you heard testimony that there are other areas where unhoused people stay in this couple blocks, right?
No.
Were Jose and Aya testifying, or the officer testifying that he found Jose and Aya at the encampment by the car wash over here, or set up by the car wash?
Yeah.
And so there are other areas around here where unhoused people stay, right?
Yes.
And if you had ridden your bike either down 3rd Street or down the railroad tracks to get to the area by 2nd and H, why is it you would then leave your bike, go on foot, and go over by the SPCA thrift shop?
I just remember there was walking on the sidewalk, or when I would walk there, there would be like trees like hanging over it, and I just found that cool to walk through it. So when I would go on my walks, I would walk through there.
Were you walking there because you were looking for someone to stab?
No.
Because you came down the tracks you came down downtown at 11, right?
Yes.
And you're walking by the SPCA thrift shop at 11:12, right?
Objection, lack of foundation, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Well, did you see the video from the thrift shop and the testimony about its timestamp being for 11:12?
I remember seeing the video.
All right. Do you have any reason to doubt that 11:12 was the correct time?
Objection, relevance, speculation, foundation.
Overruled.
No.
And so I have here from Defense Exhibit CC. I'll put that on the overhead. And I'm going to go to video 2. Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And you can see the timestamp on this video is 11:12, right?
Yes.
and that there is a car or van going down the street, and then a sedan type car 5 seconds or so later?
Yes.
And then going to People's Exhibit. I got it. 26D. Now, if we go to 26D and we pull up the video from the timestamp 2:12 p.m. or 2:12 a.m., which is adjusted 3 hours to 11:12. There's that video. Towards the end, we see an individual walking into the scene. Did you see that?
Yes.
Was that you?
I'm not sure.
Are those the clothes you were wearing?
I don't remember.
Go to the next video from the sequence. Sorry. Go to the next video in the sequence, which starts with you outside the thrift shop. Do you see that? And with the Adidas pants and the white shoes.
I can't really see that.
Okay, well, I'll play forward from here. So did you see yourself turn around and walk back the other way?
Yes.
And if we play forward, you can see a car or van,
Yes.
followed by another car about 5 seconds-ish later.
Yes.
Okay, so we have first a shot from David's glass, and then from the thrift shop showing that this is right about the correct time, right?
Yes.
And that you're there by the thrift shop 12 minutes after you went through downtown Davis, right?
Yes.
And you have the knife with you?
I don't remember.
Well, at this point, the sheath had been lost, right?
Yes.
How were you carrying it?
Without the sheath?
Was it still in your pants pocket, or was it in a different pocket?
I don't recall exactly for that night, but I think it was in my pocket, my pants pocket.
I mean, wouldn't there be extra difficulty in having a knife in your pants pocket when you're riding a bicycle?
Not really.
When you're riding your bicycle when your pockets are full?
Just my wallet and phone.
Okay, and when you're bicycling, your legs are moving up and down, right?
Yes.
And so, if you're moving your leg up and down, and you have the knife in your pocket, does that increase the risk that you're gonna cut a hole in your pants?
Yes.
And were you taking any kind of special precautions there to keep it from cutting your pants pocket?
No.
And so, after you left the thrift shop, where did you go?
I don't remember going near the thrift shop.
Okay. What's the next thing you do remember?
Objection vague as to from when.
Sustained.
And so you got there to the log, right?
Yes.
What do you remember after that?
I just remember being at the log, and then I got up to walk, and I made a left turn towards 2nd and L. And when I was at the corner of the street, I made another left turn.
All right. And how far into your walk were you?
Objection vague as to
When, how far, yeah,
So you're at the log.
Yes.
Start a walk from your log.
Yes.
How far were you along in your walk when you had issues with shadows?
I think like 10 seconds or 5.
And so pretty quick then?
Yes.
And describe that for me, what happened?
I seen a shadow inside a tent, reaching out with its hand, telling me to come near it, or that's what I took it as. And I started to approach it, and when I was a couple inches away, the arm kind of came out at me through the tent, and that's when I flinched backwards and I threw my hand in front of me.
Okay, and you just signaled that you, and so you remember testimony of Mr. Chessman.
Somewhat.
You remember the discussion about cut tent line?
The what, sorry?
Say again?
The what, sorry?
The cut rope or tent line?
I don't understand.
So do you remember Mr. Chessman talking about how he had the tarp over his tent and that he was in his tent and he heard the line being cut or somehow perceived the line being cut?
Yes.
And did you cut Mr. Chessman's line?
No.
And when you were at the tent, you had to step off of the sidewalk, right?
I don't remember.
Well, do you remember how you got to that location that you were right in front of the tent so that you could do that punching motion?
I remember it was because the shadow was telling me to come near it, or it was signaling me to come near it.
All right, and so you went to the shadow?
Yes.
Aren't the shadows scary?
Yes.
I mean, in one instance, you had to run 50 feet out of shadow in order to stab it, right?
I don't remember.
Well, at Central Park, you said that you saw some shadow figure and you...
Objection asked and answered.
he said he didn't remember, so you can refresh his memory.
You remember testifying that you were at Central Park and that you saw a shadow and that you ran towards it from the other bench that was about 50 feet away?
Yes.
Okay, so in that instance, you ran towards the shadow because you thought there was some kind of aggressive action taking place, right?
I don't know why I ran towards the shadow.
And with your other descriptions of running into shadows, one on a bike near Sycamore Park and one in Sycamore Park, you described a gaping void and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
And those are scary things, right?
Yes.
So shadows are scary, right?
Yes.
So if the shadows are scary, why are you going to the shadow?
I don't know. I kind of was just doing what the shadow was telling me to do.
But isn't that the whole reason why you had to act in the other two instances to stop the shadows from doing things to you?
Well, this one was a different shadow.
How so?
The other shadows, or at least the shadows near Sycamore Park, they were like shape shifting and riding a bicycle. And then this one, it was just telling me, or what I thought to be a hand telling me to come near it.
So this one wasn't scary.
It was so scary.
So then why did you go to it?
I just did. I don't know why.
So after you follow what the shadow is telling you what to do, what happens next?
Then I was a couple inches away, and that's when the shadow's hand came at me through the tent, and that's when I like backed up and my hand flinched towards the shadow.
And you described that earlier in your testimony just now as his hand, correct?
Or the shadow's hand.
So when you react, can you show us what it is that you do?
Yeah, so when it came at me, I backed up, and then with my other hand, I kind of put it in front of me.
And so you're making a fist with your knuckles forward, and then you're moving your hand forward with your knuckles leading the way, correct?
Yes.
And if you had a knife in your hand, the knife would be to the side, right?
Yes.
And so that could cut someone, but not a stab, right?
Yes.
And so, and there was only one?
Yeah.
At what height?
I don't remember.
Were you standing?
Yeah.
Were you kneeling?
No.
Were you bent over?
I don't think so.
You remember the testimony about Kimberlee Guillory, right?
Yes.
And how she testified that she was in her tent sitting down on her electronic device,
I remember that she was on the electronic device.
and she was up against the wall of the tent,
Yes.
sitting,
Yes.
and that you remember the medical testimony about where her injuries are, right?
Yes.
One is down by her buttocks and one is her kidney.
Yes.
So she's sitting in the tent, and then she gets those stab wounds from you. Those are really low down to the ground, right?
Objection, foundation.
Overall, based on the setup, you can answer.
Yes.
And so that would be very inconsistent with you being frightened and then suddenly punching something. That would require you to bend over or get down to a lower level in order to administer those blows, correct?
Correct.
Is that what happened?
I don't remember.
And you stabbed her twice, right?
I don't remember, but according to the evidence, yeah.
And you thought it was a punch, right?
Yes.
And you heard Kimberlee also describe that as a punch, right?
I don't remember.
That she described that she was getting punched and didn't realize that she was being stabbed?
I think so.
And so your testimony is also that you thought you were bringing a punch and didn't know that you were stabbing.
Yes.
What happened next?
Next, I heard a scream, and I got scared, and I went to my bike and started to bike home.
So you went back around the building to your bike and you started to go home?
Yes.
Now, do shadows scream?
I don't know.
And in this instance, as in the prior stabbing, as soon as help was responding, you fled, right?
I don't.
Foundation is the help responding.
It is sustained.
So in Sycamore Park, when Dr. Massey showed up, you fled. And in this case, when you hear a scream and there starts to be other people moving about in response to the scream, you flee, right?
I just remember the scream.
Okay? And so this is because you knew you were stabbing somebody and you knew that other people were going to intervene and you needed to get away, correct?
No.
And if you knew that you were at risk of getting caught because you had been screamed and you'd been detected, correct?
No.
In both instances, as soon as you were detected, that's when you fled, right?
No.
Now, when you went back to your bike, you took the knife with you?
I think it was still with me.
And where did it go?
I don't know.
Did you put it in your pocket?
I'm not sure.
And so you got back on your bike and you rode over to 3rd Street and rode down?
Yes.
And when you were on 8th Street, you talked about almost getting hit by a car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you cut through that block there between H and G?
I don't know what block that is.
So, going back to the map, and this is people's 25A. So you came down 3rd Street and then turned onto H, right?
Yes.
And then you thought you almost got hit by a car, right?
Yes.
And then did you cut through the block here to get to G Street?
I don't remember.
Okay, so going to the video from Ace Hardware. Ace Hardware, we're going to advance to about 11:45. Just saw you ride on the bicycle down the street, right?
I didn't catch that.
Back up some more. You see that?
Yes.
As you riding your bicycle down H Street?
I'm not sure.
Well, you saw the shot from Davis glass showing the bike going down, right?
If I seen the bike or a person.
A person on a bike.
I remember it was going towards 2nd and L.
Alright, this is the route you took though, right?
Yeah.
And so if this happened at exactly 11:45 according to the timestamp, and we play forward from there, there's a car coming northbound. Do you see that?
Yes.
About 15 seconds, 14 seconds after the hour. And there's this van coming about 25 seconds after the 11:45. You see that?
Yes.
Was it the vehicle coming northbound that you thought almost hit you, or the van coming southbound?
I thought it was a van that was coming towards me, but Yeah.
Mm, what were you doing in that block for the next 5 minutes?
I'm not sure.
Did you have any issues with your bike?
Yes.
What issues did you have with your bike?
I remember when the car almost hit me, I moved out the way, and I kind of almost hit a wall. I don't know if it was a wall or a pole, and I stumbled back. I almost fell off my bike, and then I tried to ride it again, but I noticed the chain was off.
And you spent about 5 minutes then working on your bike, right?
I don't know what I was doing.
Right. No issues with shadows during that time?
No.
And eventually, we were able to see that you came back out on the G Street at 2nd, right?
Yeah.
And that was after about 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
And so, from the time of the stabbing, it's taken a minute or maybe less than a minute for you to get to your bike, and then it takes a little bit for you to get on your bike and ride up to 3rd Street, ride over to 8th Street, and ride down, right?
Yeah.
And then you're hiding, or you're located in that block for about 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
And so, total time from the stabbing at this point is something like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, something in that area?
According to what you're saying, yes.
All right, and do you remember the testimony or the exhibit showing when the 911 calls came out?
I don't remember exact time, but I do remember seeing the calls.
All right, so the 911 calls are going to the dispatch center right around the same period of time, right?
Yes.
Protection Foundation. Strike.
Grant.
Do you remember that?
I just remember the calls, but not the exact time.
Okay. Why is it that if your bike still wasn't working, you left that area?
I just wanted to get home.
Was it because of the sirens?
No, I didn't hear any sirens.
You didn't hear the police responding, anything like that?
No.
When you went further down, you went into UC Davis, you stopped to work on your bike again, right?
Yes.
So why is it okay to work on your bike at UC Davis, but not here at this location?
Objection argumentative.
No, I'll allow it. Overruled.
I didn't really know another spot besides where I started to fix the chain, or I tried to fix the chain.
What was wrong with the spot that you were already in for fixing the chain?
I just remember being at Memorial Union.
All right, so, but when you first almost got hit by the car, hit the pole, had issues with your bike, what was wrong with that spot for fixing the chain?
I couldn't fix the chain. I was unsuccessful.
And so why didn't you just keep working on it there? Why did you then take it and move it all the way over to Memorial Union and then try and fix it there?
I don't know.
Is it because you wanted to get away?
No.
Because you were afraid of getting caught?
No.
Because you heard a person scream, and at the very least you knew the police would be coming sometime soon?
No, I didn't realize that.
And then you went to the Memorial Union. What was going on there when you got to Memorial Union, you went northbound, and then you turned around and started coming back?
I don't remember.
And when you went into that cubby or that little lighted area, why did you go there to work on your bike?
I don't know.
I mean, there was other very well-lit areas that you could go to, right?
I don't know.
I mean, the ATM was right there, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that was an extremely well-lit ATM, right?
Yes.
And if you were just trying to fix your bike and not trying to get out of the normal line of sight at all, you could have just fixed your bike at the ATM, right?
Yes.
Well, why did you do that?
I think because I didn't know that spot well, so I went to a spot that I knew, and that's where I started to try to fix the chain.
Why did you know the worker entrance spot better.
Well, I just knew the Memorial Union better,
But the ATMs are also at Memorial Union, right?
but not like where the main building.
Overall, you can finish your answer. Thank you.
Not where the main building is at.
So the ATMs were right next to the little alcove where you were working on your bike. They are like right next to each other. Why not the ATMs? Why not out in the open? Why are you in that little recess?
I don't know.
Because you wanted to get out of the normal line of sight, right?
No,
Because you were afraid of getting caught, right?
no.
Why is it that after that you went to Memorial Union and started checking the doors there?
Objection, Ms. States. Evidence.
Checking the doors?
Yeah.
I don't recall that testimony. So rephrase it.
Okay, so after you left the cubby, you remember the video showing that you kind of
Cubby, what's that cubby? I'm sorry, I don't know that term.
the little employee entrance area.
Okay.
When you left the employee entrance area, you went down around the corner to the doors of Memorial Union, right?
I don't remember that.
All right. And do you remember seeing the video of it?
From the video, it looked like I just went to like the corner of where the trash was at, and that's where I started to fix my chain.
Okay. And then after that, where'd you go?
I don't remember.
You went around the south side of Memorial Union, right?
I think I went through it,
Through the building?
or like through Memorial Union.
Right.
Like there's a building and then there's a field. I think I went through where you usually, or like where students would usually go through.
Did you go through the field or did you go through the building?
I went through the pathway that goes in between the field and the building.
Right. So if we look at the map, this is 25A. When we look at Memorial Union, when we zoom in here, you came past Dem Hall to East Quad and then northbound past Memorial Union, turned around, came back, went past the ATM, and went into that little employee area, right?
Yes.
And from that area, you went down south, you went here, kind of towards the doors, possibly checking these doors, and then out of sight,
Objection,
right?
Ms. States. Testimony.
Well, we're back to the door checking. I'm sorry, and I apologize, I missed that, so.
Well, let me just start with, did you check any doors?
Not that I remember.
All right. So you went by the doors, right?
Which doors?
So these doors on the south side of Memorial Union, did you go by them?
I don't remember.
And so, from here, you went where?
I went,
East Laser Point?
yeah. I went across Memorial Union through here.
And where'd you go from there?
Then I think I went up here. And yeah, I don't remember after that.
So in the pause here, you're at the ATMs and that little employee entrance area working on your bike, right?
Yes.
Why go south at all when your house is north?
I don't know.
Is there somewhere other than your house that you were going? Why not take, if you're just going home and you're not worried about anything, why don't you just take the fastest route back to your house?
I'm not sure.
So I want to talk to you about what happened after this, what happened on May 3rd. On May 3rd, you went on your computer and you accessed the UC Davis website, correct?
I don't remember that.
You remember making an advising appointment?
No.
You remember logging into your student profile?
No.
You remember going to Schedule Builder?
No.
Because prior to this point, you weren't aware that you had been kicked out of school, right?
No.
Because you hadn't read that email, right?
Correct.
And so having not read this email, this would have been the time where you'd log into your student profile and see that you're not in your classes anymore, right?
I don't know.
And the reason you went in the schedule builder is to try and add back into classes, right?
I don't remember going checking schedule builder.
Did you see the testimony from Mr. Chase indicating that you visited schedule builder?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you did go to schedule builder?
No.
And so that is on the morning of the 3rd, right?
I'm not sure.
And so it's after that that you then go to Sycamore Park where you're spotted by Justin Schaefer, right?
I don't remember going to Sycamore Park.
Say again?
I don't remember going to Sycamore Park.
Okay, do you remember the testimony about Sycamore Park and Justin Schaefer?
Yes.
Okay, but you do remember that you wanted to go to the store for bread, right?
Yes.
And specifically that there was a hole in your bread bag, right?
Yes.
So, this defense VV. So I have defense exhibit VV. And you remember talking about this on direct?
About the bread?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, pause for just a second. I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me. And while that was fun, having the blackouts down, let's take the blackouts up. We'll keep the shades on.
All right, sir, so I'm putting up on the screen photo 1 from defense VV. I'm zooming in on the bread. You able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Using your laser pointer, show us where the hole was.
From what I can see, I think it was right here.
On the left side of the photo?
Yeah, and then one right here.
Well, this one in the center of the bread, that's just the crinkles outside the bread clasp, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
But on the left side is where your testimony was that there was holes?
Yes.
Okay. Where are the holes?
There's one right here,
Okay.
but from what I remember, there was one like a bigger hole on the side of the bread bag.
Which side?
The left side.
Okay, so right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And so from this photo 1, looking at the left is where the holes are.
Yes.
And this is the reason why you had to go out to the store, right?
Or yeah, that's what when I thought to myself that I need more bread.
Okay. Now, you had already 2 loaves of bread there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to approach you with the mark for identification purposes equals 101. Question with the mark for identification purposes equals 101. I'm showing you two photos, one ending in 089 and one ending in 090. You able to see both these photos?
Not the first one. Yeah.
Okay, you able to see them both?
Yeah.
All right, are these photos of your desk and the bread is there?
Yes.
Publish.
Okay.
We're going to start with photo 89. This is a photo of your desk showing the bread, right?
Yes.
If we did lights, please. And this photo was not a photo that was included on Defense BB, right?
I don't think so.
And so from this photo, we can see that there's the loaf of bread we've been talking about, and then like a partially consumed loaf of bread next to it, right?
Yes.
And if we zoom in here, we can see this entire left side of this loaf of bread, right?
Yes.
Where are the holes?
I don't see them.
There is no holes, right?
No.
And so there is no holes in this loaf of bread.
Objection, misstates evidence.
Okay, you said the holes were on the left side. We're looking at the left side. Where are the holes?
I just
Objection, misstates
Sustained.
testimony.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go back to BB. From BB, we have this loaf of bread. Show us again from BB where these holes are.
Objection, compound. Spraying holes.
Right.
Can you show us any area where there's a hole?
Objection, asked and answered. He's already identified that.
That's all right. You can do it again. One more time.
so I think there's a hole right here. And from what I remember, there were more there was like a bigger hole towards the left of one of the bread bags.
All right, and when you say the left, you're talking about the left side of this photo, right?
Yes.
Correct. So, when we go back to People's 101, and we go to photo 89, it's the same loaf of bread, correct?
Yes.
And the side that is facing us in this photo is the same side that you previously referred to as the left side, correct?
Yes.
And that is the side that should have holes. Or is there some other side?
No, I remember it being on the left side.
Okay. Okay. Is there any holes in the bread bag in this photo that you can identify for us?
Not that I could see.
And in fact, you have a full loaf of bread and a partially consumed loaf of bread, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't actually need bread, correct?
I thought I did.
And what actually happened was that you'd seen that you got kicked out of UC Davis, and so you got your knife and went back to Sycamore Park, correct?
No.
Well, why go to Sycamore Park with nothing but a knife?
I don't remember that.
Because if you were shopping for bread, you would bring things like a wallet to pay for bread, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Not overruled.
Yes.
And you didn't bring your phone, right?
I don't think so.
So it wasn't for listening, you weren't listening to music or anything like that, right?
Right.
And so, in fact, you had no watch, no phone, no wallet, no keys.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Isn't that correct?
That I didn't have any of those?
Correct.
Yeah.
You just had the bag and the knife, correct?
I remember the bag.
And you had the bag so that you could carry the knife because it was sharp and difficult to carry, right?
I don't know if it was that specific reason.
The knife was in the bag, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so after visiting the website and going to Schedule Builder, you went to Sycamore Park, correct?
I don't remember going to Sycamore Park.
And when you were in Sycamore Park, it was there because you were looking for another way to assault someone, correct?
No.
Because you didn't need bread. This thing about bread is not accurate, correct?
I thought I needed bread.
There's no holes in the bread.
Objection, misstates evidence.
We're done with the bread questions.
Okay.
Yeah, move on.
Did you see? Okay, so from the photos we see, we can't see any holes in the bread.
Objection,
It's the
misstate.
same. Move off the bread, come on.
All right. So when you were in Sycamore Park, you brought your knife, right?
I don't remember being in Sycamore Park.
And you weren't carving or throwing knife, right? You were just sitting.
I don't remember being there at all.
I mean, the reason why you might have your knife there is to carve and throw, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't engaged in any of that, right?
I don't remember.
And you didn't leave the park until Justin Schaefer spotted you and you made eye contact, right?
I don't remember.
When you left the park, what route did you take?
I just remember being on Pine, I think it's called Pine Street or Pine Road, and going north on it.
And you remember taking kind of a roundabout way to get to the grocery store?
What do you mean by roundabout way?
So do you remember Justin Schaefer testifying?
Yes, a little bit.
And do you remember him drawing out the route that you took after he spotted you at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And do you remember taking a different route, or is that the route that you remember taking?
I remember just going on Pine Street and going north.
So I have here people's 65 and 66. So starting with 65, do you have any memory that would contradict this being the route that you took to exit Sycamore Park after being spotted by Justin Schaefer?
Objection, asked and answered. He's already testified he doesn't remember.
Several times.
Okay, so after you left Sycamore Park, you remember being on Pine, right?
Yes, on Pine Road or Pine Street.
All right, do you remember taking this particular route when you left Sycamore Park? Or after being in that area?
Yes, I think that's the route that I took to go to Safeway.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I think that's the route I took to go to Safeway.
Why wouldn't you go out, down, Bucknell, up Pine, and then left on Villanova, and then north on Sycamore? Why would you take kind of three sides around that square instead of just taking the short path?
I don't know.
Was it because you've been spotted by Justin Schaefer and you're trying to walk away from him?
No, I didn't know he was following me.
and you went over to Safeway, right?
Yes.
And you had no money, right?
I thought I paid with cash, but I don't really remember.
All right, and then after Sycamore Park is when you were contacted by officers, correct?
Yes.
It states testimony.
Overruled.
All right, so you went to Safeway, got the bread, got the apple, got the other things that are there, and then you were contacted by officers, correct?
Yes, a little or when I was on, I think on Pine Street again, walking south.
And do you remember speaking with the officers?
Just about them taking me to the police department.
So I have here people's 33D, officer story body camera. Are you able to see this, sir? Are you able to see this, sir?
Yes.
And so, play forward to the 1 second mark.
Oh, careful, careful. Do you have an ID or anything on you?
No.
Okay.
Alright, can I pause at the 11 second mark? Were you able to see that so far, sir?
Yes.
So during this contact, you knew you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
No shadows,
No.
no supernatural beings?
No.
What's your name, bro?
John.
John? What's your last name, John? What's your last name, John?
Jonas.
Sorry?
Jonas.
Sorry.
So I paused at the 23 second mark. Were you able to hear that, sir?
Yes.
Did you tell the officer Jonas?
Yes.
Why Jonas?
I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that you'd used the false name John Joas during a prior police contact. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
In that prior contact, did you use Joas or Jonas?
I believe it was Joe's.
And so why did it say Jonas here?
I don't know.
And here, you knew you had a knife in this bag, right?
I don't know.
Okay, play a little forward from here.
Do you have something to write with? No, like a notepad.
Yeah.
How do you spell your name? J-O-H-N? H-N? Your last name? Uh-huh.
J-O-A-S.
J-O-A-S?
Yeah.
And it,
Alright, so you've given the officers the false name again, correct?
Yes.
And you knew what your real name was, right?
Yes.
And why give them the false name?
I don't know exactly why, but I think I thought the same thing was gonna happen when I had the first encounter with the police and I gave them John Joas. I thought they would just say that I could go.
And so, was this paranoia kicking in?
I think so.
Did you give this false name to the officers because you were paranoid?
I'm not fully sure of that.
Have you previously stated that you gave a false name to the officers because you were paranoid?
I don't remember.
paranoia was a theme for you during this time, right? You were feeling a lot of paranoia?
Yeah.
Did you believe the police were going to hurt you?
No.
Did you believe that you were in any kind of danger?
I don't think so.
If you didn't think that you were in any danger, I mean, what's the source of the paranoia here?
It's just like the feeling that I started to get.
Just a bad feeling?
Yeah.
Now, was this a mistake to give the officers the false name, or did you know at the time that you were giving them a false name?
I don't think I knew.
Did you think your name was actually John Joas?
To some extent, but not my actual name.
Now, when you spoke with Dr. Reed, you told her, that's when police stopped me. I was paranoid to tell them my real name. I thought they were against me. I didn't want to give them the real name. Correct?
I don't remember what was specifically said, but I remember speaking with them.
Okay. You don't remember telling Dr. Reed that?
No.
That you were paranoid and that you didn't want to give the officers your real name?
No.
Is that the case, that you just didn't want to give your officers the real name despite knowing what your actual name is?
I think I thought that the same thing was going to happen with the prior incident where the police stopped me by Central Park. I thought they were just going to say that I was able to go.
And you wanted to go because you knew you killed 2 people and attempted to kill a 3rd, and that you needed to get out of it, right?
No.
In fact, during the contact, you talked with the officers about the reason for the stop, right?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm going to put it back on the screen. It's 33D.
Your date of birth.
1999.
Uh-huh.
10.
Uh-huh. 10/10 of 99?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is there a reason you're collecting my information, or?
So, the reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
The whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and
Yeah.
stuff? So,
Right, so stop at 123. When you were talking with the officers, you told them you knew what was going on about the homicides, right?
I think Officer Story said the homicides.
Right, and you replied in the affirmative, correct?
Yeah, I think I said something about Davis.
Are you back in 10 seconds?
so the reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
The whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and
Yeah.
stuff? So people are calling in all kinds.
So you said the homicides and stuff, and you replied, yeah, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're acknowledging to Officer Story, you do in fact know that there's been homicides going on in the city of Davis.
I was referring to the crime alerts that I had seen.
Okay, and what were the crime alerts that you'd seen?
It was just a notification that popped up, and I kind of just took a glance at it.
All right, and what did they tell you?
I just seen the crime alert, or that's what I read.
Were the crime alerts specific to homicides?
I didn't know.
All right, but when Officer Story asked specifically about homicides, you said, yeah, correct?
Yes.
Objection. This state's video speaks for itself.
Yes, it does.
The reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
The whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and
Yeah.
stuff? So people are calling in all kinds of stuff. They're calling in anybody and everybody that,
Okay, so pause at 128. Did you see yourself looking down inside the bag during the video?
Yeah, I think when I almost dropped it.
Okay, and were you, and you had a knife in the bag, right?
I think at that point I didn't know.
And so you're looking down in the bag to see if the knife is visible in the bag, to see if the knife is going to be detected while it's in the bag, correct?
I don't think so.
Matches, potentially matches the description of that person. And so we're not saying that you are that guy or anything. We're responding out, making contact, saying like, hey, this is what's going on. We're having to investigate every possible lead that we have, Do you live nearby here?
Yeah.
Where at?
It's a few blocks.
A few blocks? Okay. Are you a university student?
Yeah.
Okay. What year are you?
Registration? 2024.
2024? Okay. Where are you from originally?
Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Can I get my systems on one by yours? Last of John Ocean, Adam Sam, first of John with an H, 10 of 99.
What is it?
What do you have in your bag, man? Can I look real quick?
What?
Can I just see?
Yeah.
Okay, so I stopped at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so you are physically looking down in your bag and moving contents of the bag around with your hand, right?
I think I was just looking in my bag.
Okay. And you're seeing the knife in the bag, right?
I don't think so.
And you're acting as if there is no knife in the bag, correct?
I think at that point I didn't know there was a knife there.
I mean, at some point, did you believe the knife was in your pocket, or where did you think the knife was?
I don't know.
Red.
You just come from the grocery store?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any weapons or anything on you?
No.
Any knives or guns or anything against New York? Do you mind, now I'm asking permission, do you mind if I check really quick?
I do.
You do mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some big.
Okay, we're not trying to keep you from what you're doing or anything.
I'm kind of running late too.
Okay.
I don't want to bother you guys or anything. Just
Do you have a driver's license or an ID card in the state of California?
not a driver's license.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the proper spelling of your name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I see your hand? Do you know, it looks like old cuts and scratches?
Oh yeah. This has been doing a while.
I paused at 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And the officer's asking about cuts and scratches on your hands, correct?
Yes.
And you almost put the bag down on the ground, right?
Yes.
Why not put it down on the ground if you don't know that there's a knife in it?
I don't know.
Because if you had put it on the ground, they'd be able to see the knife in there and you'd be caught, right?
I think I did put it down at one point.
You're holding onto the bag and showing them your hands with the bag still in your hands because you know that if you put that knife down, you're going to get caught. Or if you put that bag down, they'll see the knife and you'll get caught, right?
No.
Because you know there's a knife in that bag.
I don't think I knew.
Stress.
A lot of stress?
Yeah.
How'd you get those?
Myself.
Yourself?
Okay, so here at 404, you're telling the officers that the injury on your hands were self-inflicted, right?
Yes.
So we've talked about the one that was in your room, in the area of your computer. Were the other ones also self-inflicted?
I don't remember the other ones being self-inflicted.
Where'd you get
Thank
those
you.
from?
Let's stop there. Hold your question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you can return to council's table. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay,
We got
thank you.
more questions on the backside of the break.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've got our afternoon break, and I'll see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break, and remember the three-part admonition. Thank you, folks.
out with you looking in your bag. Do you remember that?
Can I see? That one looks fresh. The one in your left hand.
Yeah. It was
And he's asking about the injuries on your hand, and the bag is slipping in your hands for a couple times. Is that right? You're having a little difficulty holding on to it?
I don't remember that part of the video.
Okay. Why don't you put the bag down?
I don't know.
personal problems.
Personal problems?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want to cut right here? You don't want to cut right here on anything stuff?
Well, I don't know how he can probably, I mean, maybe he doesn't have a license,
Do you have like a school ID or anything on you? If we check you out through the university database, are you a registered student
I'm registered.
with UC Davis?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have your address in case we need to follow up with you?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? Is it a house or an apartment? Hawthorne? 72 Hawthorne? How long have you been living here? 2 years? Do you live with anyone else? Just you by yourself? The whole house, just all yourself? You have roommates? No, but there's other people in the house. You don't talk to them? All right, can you just hang tight for me really quick, John?
I'd like to get Henry out, you get out here and talk to us.
Yes. Can you do me a favor? Can you put that bag down for me? Yeah. Because I'm going to search it for it. It's okay. I know you. I'm just going to search it for it. Let's put the bag down, please. Drop the bag.
Okay, so I've stopped at 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so you talked earlier about putting the bag down. The only time you put the bag down was when the officer was already going to grab your arm and make physical contact with you, correct?
I don't remember that.
Now, you testified that earlier when you gave officers the name John Joas back in March or so, that they let you go, and that's why you did it again this time, because you wanted to get let go again, correct?
Yes.
And when they didn't let you go, did that make you nervous?
I don't remember.
You were feeling paranoid at the time, and you didn't want to be there, correct?
I don't remember.
And after the handcuffs were placed on you, that's when you really understood that you'd been caught, right?
I just remember being in handcuffs in the curb.
Do you remember watching the video of Detective Muscardini interviewing you at the scene?
No, I don't remember.
Is there a reason why your demeanor or how you're speaking would change between Officer Soaring-Gonzalez and Officer Muscardini, other than the fact that you were placed in handcuffs for a while there?
I don't know.
So when they took you down to the station, you asked to have your bag go with you, right?
I don't remember.
And you wanted the bag with you because you knew there was a knife in there, and you're still holding out that the officers would find the knife, correct?
I don't remember.
And when you got to the station, Why is it that you remember specifically that it was Steve Ramos that was at the station with you?
I just remember him having I think he tried having a conversation with me, but then we just walked into the police department.
So that part you have a very specific memory of.
Just that it was Steve, or I think it was Steve Ramos that walked up to me.
And so, do you think it was Steve Ramos or was it Steve Ramos?
I think it was Steve Ramos.
And so you have a good memory of that.
Yeah.
But your memory about everything that happened before that was less clear or just some parts?
I just remember, I think, some parts.
Alright, so I understand that your testimony is that you don't remember stabbing people. Just based on your knowledge of your body and how you do things and how you move around and that sort of thing, if you were to stab somebody, how would you hold them?
Objection, speculation 352.
Sustained.
Have you ever stabbed anything with a knife before?
No.
I could stab one, yeah. Sir, you testified on direct about this carving in the tree at Sycamore Park. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How big was that?
It wasn't that big, but you could see what it was.
How big is not that big?
I think it was like 6 inches of length and 6 inches of width.
Understood. So I have here what's been marked for identification purposes, fetal spawn 4. It's the USB contains in the photo. Can I approach?
Okay.
See fetal spawn 4?
Yeah.
Is that the tree with the face?
Yes.
Can I publish?
Okay.
And you see this, sir?
Yes.
Can you use the laser pointer to show us where the face is on this?
Have to zoom in.
Well, are you able to see it without zooming in?
Yeah, I can see it a little bit.
Where's it at?
I think it's right here.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in on that area. Is that the face that you're talking about?
Yes.
And you see these leaves and branches here?
Yes.
Seeing this photo in this context, do you still think that it's 6 inches big?
No, it's probably smaller.
Based on this photo, how big do you think that is?
Like 4 inches maybe.
And so this face, what image were you trying to make when you carved that?
Just like the features of a face, so the eyes, the nose, and the mouth.
Any particular face?
No.
Were you trying to draw a devil or anything of that nature?
No.
And this is right at the exit for Sycamore Park.
Yes.
And this is right before the bridge that you crossed on a bicycle of Kareem's the fleet scene, right?
I don't remember crossing it. I just remember leaving it in the bush.
Other than this face, did you carve any other things into the trees in Sycamore Park between December of 2022 and May of 2023?
No.
No additional questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. this cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Reales Dominguez, thank you for your testimony. You can return to counsel's table.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call? Okay, sure. Thank you. Off record. Feel free to stand and instruct. W, wait.